In this one, we're going to be building a modern micro e-commerce web application using Python, Django, Tailwind CSS, Flowbite, Serverless Postgres, yes, a serverless database service. We're going to be using Stripe checkout so we can actually accept payment. And then we'll be using a few other technologies to really make this thing incredible. Now, it's going to be mostly step-by-step, but I'm going to assume that you understand a few things. Let's take a look at that right now. This is not a Django beginner's course at all. I recommend that you do at least some of Try Django, which is available on my YouTube channel, so cfe.sh/YouTube. If you go under playlists here, you can find any of the latest Try Django version. Even the older versions will get you up to speed to the point where you can do this for sure. The other thing is 30 days of Python, so if you don't know Python, definitely check that one out as well. Now, this is also available on my website at cfe.sh/courses. Now, the things that we're going to be using, Neon. Thanks to Neon, this course exists. I work with them to make sure that we can bring this course to you. Now, they use Serverless Postgres. If you're not familiar with this, serverless for databases is traditionally really hard to do. Neon is doing it in a way that's fantastic. And there's also something called branching, where you can take a pre-existing server, branch it, or a pre-existing database, branch it, and have a copy of that database that you can use, which is fantastic for production and development environments. I'm a huge fan of that. We're also going to be using Stripe for doing some of the basic payments, so we can just get payments going, so we can actually start to build traction for our business, whatever it is that we're end up doing. I'm going to use Docker just a little bit towards the end if you're interested in how to containerize all of this to make sure that it works with all of those things as well. We're also going to be using Akamai Linode's object storage to actually store some of our files, but that's just a small part as well. Next, of course, all of the code is available on GitHub. This will be linked in the description. And whenever in doubt, definitely check out the Django project documentation. Obviously, there's a lot of things in here that will clarify things if you ever get stuck. Just do a quick search on the documentation for any given piece that maybe I glossed over that you're confused about. Of course, if you do have questions, let me know in the comments. Now, for the front end of it all, we are going to be using Flowbite. Flowbite is incredible, and it uses Tailwind CSS. It's a really, really nice package to just make these modern applications look fantastic. And then, of course, we're going to be using Visual Studio Code, or VS Code, to do all of our text editing. Now, in a moment, I'm going to show you an actual demo of the site actually working, but here it is right here. So you can actually get a sense as to what's going on with this application and what you could be excited for. Now, the demo itself is going to go a little bit step-by-step as to how it ends up working, but this is the project. This is what we're going to be doing. There's a lot to it, so let's go ahead and take a look at the demo before we jump in to the entire course. Let's take a look at a demo of the project we're going to create with this course. Now, it's fairly bare bones because it's meant to really focus on how all of these technologies work together and hopefully set you up so you can iterate as much as possible. Once we go through the demo, I'm also going to go ahead and recreate a lot of the conditions for this demo, which is pretty. So what we want to do here is jump into the products, of course. This is micro e-commerce, which means that, well, basically we're only going to sell a few products here. We're not going to sell that many, and we're just going to look at a couple of them right here. And so the idea being that if you go to any given product that you've already purchased, you should be able to download the digital assets that are associated to that product. And this is going to check and verify that, yeah, you actually do own this project or this product, and then you can actually download it. And so the next thing, of course, is going to a product that maybe you don't own. Then you'd have to go and purchase it. Notice that the download is no longer available. So I'd actually have to go to buy now. And this will take me over to Stripe checkout, which I could fill out and actually pay for it. And then once you do pay for it, it will be under the ownership as well, which I think is really, really cool. So another part of this is if you actually own these projects, if you are the managers of the products themselves, you can also add in these attachments so you can literally upload more files on here to be sold or to be available for free. So both things are also an option for you, which I think is pretty cool. So if you go back into look at the products here and then go back to that product that we just edited, which is this Django off product, we see that there's a few purchases that need to be made and then to download it. So all of that stuff is covered in quite a bit of detail to make sure that you can have all of this works. And of course, these are all digital items that could be pretty big if you wanted them to be. Granted, the actual user interface itself has some trickiness that we need to learn about, including Django forms and Formsets to just make this work really well. And then that dynamicness is all done through JavaScript. So that's pretty much the project, right? It's not a whole lot to it, but now what I want to show you is the power of actually leveraging this project in a way that might not be expected. It's definitely not something I've done before. So this whole thing, if I look in VS Code, it actually is right here. This entire thing that I've been running is right here. Now, this, of course, is because of Docker. I'll show you the code in a moment, but the fact that I can actually recreate this pretty simply is pretty awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close out this Docker container, which is the command right here that I'm running. You can run the same command, and I'll have this linked on the repo as well at some point. And what I want to do is I want to recreate this almost from scratch. So the first thing is going into Neon. This is the database service we're going to be using. One of my favorite things about this is these branches here. So I can quite literally branch this database at any point in time. I can pick a time when this database was available, or I can pick the current one and all that. I'm just going to go with the defaults. We're going to create a branch here. I'm going to copy this endpoint here, and I'm going to bring it into my .env here. So my .env is all of the environment variables related to my project. And I'm just going to replace the endpoint here. I'm going to paste that in. And then I'm also going to grab this first part of the endpoint, which is the project ID, and I'm going to replace the other one as well. Okay, so I've now just changed the database, right? Pretty fantastic. So if I save it and run it again, the database has changed. And if I come back into my project here, a lot of the things will feel very similar in terms of the database itself. But it actually did change. It's a full-on new database, and it might take a moment for it to load up, but here we go. So this is actually not the same database. It's not the same data at all, and we've got this broken image here. Now, this is actually not that surprising because of the way we store files, and I'll show you that in just a moment. But if we go into the admin here, I can actually get rid of that product, and I'm going to go ahead and do that so we can sort of start anew. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that product here and let that happen. While that's happening, where we actually store this data is using the Akamai Linode object storage service, but you can use any sort of object storage. That's AWS S3 or many others. We talk about that later in the course, but the idea here is I'm going to go ahead and create a new bucket. I'll call this micro eCommerce -demo. We're going to change the region to US East 1. I'm going to go ahead and create this bucket. And so I'm also going to go and copy this name here and bring it into my environment variables and change this right here. Save that. What I'm going to need to do is change these access keys as well. Now, the reason I need to change these access keys, of course, is because I'm creating a brand new bucket and I need to be able to access this brand new bucket with my project. So I definitely want to finish deleting off this project here, and we'll come back into the Linode object storage for new access keys. So we're going to go ahead and create these ones. Micro eCommerce demo keys here. We're going to give it limited access to the micro eCommerce demo, also in US East 1. And then I'll go ahead and create these access keys in here for this particular project. I'm going to copy this key, replace it here. I'm going to copy this key and replace it here. There we go. So the next thing, of course, is going to be our Stripe key. So the Stripe part is going to be how we can actually check out and accept payments, right? So right now I'm in a developer mode, so I can't really do a whole lot here, but you could absolutely do the same sort of thing. You can create a developer account on Stripe and then look for the secret key that you need. So if you go into developers, into API keys, you can grab a new secret key, or you can roll the one that's currently there. And of course, when you go into production, you just grab the production. And so I'm going to copy that and paste it in here. And of course, my key actually is the same. I didn't actually change it, but I wanted to show you how you could. So the base endpoint here, this one is related to Stripe as well. And it's just a really simple configuration that you can change, and a few other configuration items that are also important. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close this server out with the Docker container. It's going to take a moment to actually close down, but at this point we have no products. We do still have users because remember I forked that database. So when I fork that database in Neon, I can actually go into the forked branch, which I think we called it, I think it was empty tooth. Let's go ahead and just verify that that's what it was called by going in here. Nope, EP Rough Hill. So let's go ahead and go into EP Rough Hill. I might need a refresh in here for that one. Nope, that is not showing me the branch. And it is going to be Quiet Cell. Okay, so I've got the host name is different than the branch name. I probably should have named it myself. But anyways, so that's the branch we're wanting to look at. So let's go in the tables and Quiet Cell. And if we scroll down here, I've got auth users. So I actually have the same exact user that I had in my other branches, right? So it's so cool. But the only difference is now my actual data that's in here, especially related to the products, is empty. It's different on each branch. I mean, like it's really basically the same database, but it's also not basically the same database, which is so cool. It's definitely one of my favorite things about this Neon product. Okay, so with this in mind, at this point, my Docker container is not quite shut down yet. So I'm gonna let it shut down and then I'll come back. All right, so with the Docker container shut down, I've got a new bucket and a new branch of my database. Let's go ahead and take a look. So the first thing I want to do is run that project all over again with the same env file and everything like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and run this. And what we'll see when I go back into the project itself, let's go ahead and go into the home page, open this up. I'm gonna see no styles on here. Now, this is actually a good sign. This is showing me a couple things. One of them being that it is using a different bucket. So we can actually verify this by going to the page source, and we can see that we've got their micro e-commerce demo bucket in here for the style sheet. That just simply doesn't exist yet, right? So if I open that up in a new tab, it says no such key. So in order for it to exist or to make it exist, we can run a few different commands. One of them being collect static. So if we come in here and run collect static, hit enter, this will actually bring over all of our static files into our bucket as we see fit, using, of course, the env file itself, and then also the currently running application, right? So I still have it running to run this collect static. There are other ways to do it, but right now I've got this running as we see here with this name. Now, if you don't know Docker, that stuff might be a little confusing to you, but the point is that I can actually bring all of this stuff roughly back to how it should be. So if I refresh in here, in a short amount of time, we'll actually start seeing the actual styles coming through, which is so cool. And so going into the products, now I've got no products again, right? I deleted them. So let's go ahead and create one. We go into create it and we'll go ahead and say demo product and demo product for the handle or the slug field. And then I'll give it some ridiculous number in here. Who knows if Stripe will even allow that big of a number, but let's go ahead and try it. What do you know? The product was created. I'm gonna go ahead and give it an attachment and we'll just grab a whatever image here. I'll use this watch for now and I'll go ahead and save. And so with that saved, let's go ahead and take a look at the product itself. And of course, now I can attempt to purchase this. So this will now call the Stripe API. It will redirect me to Stripe and allow me to attempt to purchase this product. I'm not going to go through this, but you definitely could. And then we could also cancel out and go to the original product as well. Now, this is so cool in terms of all of these pieces working together, right? I really enjoy it for a number of reasons, but also the actual styling and all that stuff. It's all Flowbite and Tailwind. It's really easy and simple to use. And there's a lot of good examples. Now, the other thing is when we are attempting to purchase a product, what we could do is we could look at the data of this product in two places. So we could go into the Django admin. We can also go into the Neon console and look at our different tables, and we can navigate down into our purchase attempts here. So what we've got is a few different purchase attempts from this particular user. It's showing the user and the product ID, which is pretty cool. So that also means that I can really just take a look at all of the various products that any given user might be trying to look at, right? So if we go into the purchases here, we see all of the purchase attempts that I've made. Now I paused the video a moment and just did a few things here. But the cool thing is that now with this, like I have a track record of, or a traction or some analytics related to basically what purchases are happening and if they are happening. And, you know, it kind of gives me a lot of information about what products are good, what products just aren't converting, and all sorts of stuff that you would want to just iterate on all the various products that you might have, right? So if we come in here We've got our demo here. Looks like the image didn't actually come through. So let's go ahead and try that out on our primary. Oops, let's go ahead and do manage. The primary image, maybe we didn't actually add it. So let's go ahead and try that now. And I'll go ahead and hit save. And so that should give me the proper image for that product. And we go back in and take a look at the product itself. There we go. Okay, cool. So we've got a lot of really good stuff going on here in terms of all three of these different services. Now the code itself is right here on GitHub. So micro eCommerce on GitHub. This has all the latest code. And then the actual container itself is on Docker Hub. So Docker Hub is how I've been running this. That's why if you look at our code here, there's nothing there. It's just these commands with an env file, which means that it's like ready for production, or it's at least close to being ready for production. There's probably a few things that I still need to edit and update, but it's actually really, really cool. So the actual code itself is fairly straightforward as well from a Django perspective, but we just go in through a lot of different things here. So there are some prerequisites that I did mention that you probably will want to look at as well. We're going to get started by downloading boilerplate code so that if you already know how to do these things, we have something we can work with right away. And if you don't know how to do these things, well, at least we'd all be on the exact same page in terms of learning about the features we really want to learn about, and that is doing micro e-commerce with Django. So the big idea here is we want to navigate over to cfe.sh/GitHub. That, of course, is my GitHub profile for Coding for Entrepreneurs. And then navigate into the micro e-commerce repo. In here, there's going to be a README that will give you a few things that are required for this Python 3.10, of course, and Node.js LTS, whatever the latest LTS is fine. And then this getting started part where it's going to clone it. We're going to check out the right exact branch of this project, and then we're going to go ahead and do a few things related to the installations. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to open up my terminal window. The first thing is to make a place to actually store all my code. I always put it in the users dev folder, and then I jump over into that. And then I'm going to go ahead and clone this project just like that. Now, if you don't have Git installed, obviously this is going to fail. But the idea here is I want to have this pre-built code. Now, depending on when you actually grab this code is going to have a bunch of stuff already in it. This is why I want to actually go to a different branch. The start branch will not change. From the time you see this to the time it's done and everything like that, this branch will always remain the same, which is why we're checking out that start branch. The installation process should be the same regardless of what branch you're on. So the next thing is we have to set up our virtual environment for Python and then run some related installations. So to do this, I'm going to be using the venv package in Python and creating the virtual environment called venv. So at this point, I typically actually open up VS Code to run through these things. So if I open up VS Code and do source venv bin/activate, this is actually where I'll often work my project off of, and this is what we'll use for the remainder of it. You can absolutely use the terminal or pretty much any other text editor that you might want. But the idea being that you want to have something that will help you with the development process. I think VS Code's the way to go. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and actually install a few of the development requirements, which is updating pip, using something called pip tools, and using Rav. All of those things I'll show you in a moment. So let's go ahead and do that installation first. And then I'm going to go ahead and use Rav. So what Rav is going to do is it's going to run all of the related installs for this virtual environment, as well as using pip tools. So if we actually look into our project here, we've got this folder called requirements, and we've got this thing called requirements in. So pip tools that actually has something called pip compile that can take in a requirements in and then output a requirements.txt file that gives us a little bit better information related to our requirements that is going on. You can absolutely do this manually. I just think that pip compile is a great way to do it. So at this point, what I can do is I can actually run the server. Now I can actually run rav run server and go ahead and run the server that way. And what we see here is the command. This is what it's running. All of these things are referenced in rav.yaml. This is really just a shortcut that works cross-platform. It's similar to Makefiles, but it works on Windows as well. So as you see in here. So you can always run these commands manually in the terminal as well if you're not wanting to run with rav.yaml. So at this point, if I actually opened up my project, this is what I'll see. I have no styles. Granted, it has text and stuff like that, and I don't have Django errors. Like if I go to a page that doesn't exist, I'm not seeing something like this, but I am seeing something different than the standard Django Hello World page. This is done on purpose, of course, to make sure that I've got everything running. Now, the other thing is on the installs, I had npm install actually work. If you don't have npm or node installed, that's going to fail. So it's probably not going to see node modules in here. But there is a few other things that I do have to get going. One is doing something called rav run watch. So what this is going to do is it's going to actually do the Tailwind compiling. So if you're not familiar with Tailwind, it will use the absolute minimum amount of CSS to get the maximum amount of styles for you. And it does this by monitoring your other code. In our case, it's going to monitor these base.html templates for all of the things like this, all of the classes and all that stuff, which is fantastic. So once I do that wash thing and I refresh in here, this is what I see, which is great. But of course, if I go into inspect the element, I'll see that more than likely I have a few items that are not coming through as far as my static files are concerned. In fact, they're not even showing up. And what I'm referencing is in js.html. I've got these vendor files here, as well as in css.html. Also, I've got some vendor files. Now, these vendor files are minimal, but there is one for Flowbite, which is necessary for this project. So I'm going to go ahead and run one more thing, which is rav run and vendor poll. Hit enter. And if I refresh in here, what I will see is on the bottom of the body, I'll see two new scripts in here. One is for HTMX, one is for Flowbite. Now, these are like my default scripts now. I pretty much use these in all of my projects for a number of reasons. But the idea is that we want to have all access to Flowbite so that if I actually break things down, these sorts of toggles all work, as well as drop downs and all other things that Flowbite has. So I definitely want to have the CSS in, or the JavaScript in there for Flowbite, which is what this vendor poll does in conjunction with a really cool way to load it, which is adding in a context processor that looks in those static file folders and then just makes it available so you can actually go into something like css.html just like that. So if you're curious about that at all, let me know. But this is now our project fully configured and pretty much set up. Now, what I haven't done yet is the database part. So let's go ahead and take a look at an awesome serverless database that we'll be using for the remainder of this project. I've been using serverless for some time now, but I think the name isn't great. The name sort of implies that there's no server there, but there's always a server there. It's really on how your app uses the server, right? I think of this in terms of light bulbs and electricity. If light bulbs were our app and the electricity is the potential for compute, then we're kind of on the right track of understanding serverless. That is, when I don't need a light bulb on, it turns off. When I need it on, it turns back on again. And that, of course, is because electricity has the potential to be used for the light bulbs. And this is true throughout my house, right? If there's other people in my house and they want to turn on light bulbs, great. This is true for my city and for the state at large. If you need a bunch of light bulbs on, the electricity, in theory, is there for the potential to turn these things on. Now, of course, at some point, there's too much demand for electricity and things break. Now, this same idea is true for applications in serverless. If you think of our applications like light bulbs, we can turn them on when they're needed, and we can turn them off when they're not needed. And the compute power, in theory, is there for your applications to run when they are needed, right? And serverless technology just orchestrates that. It just makes sure that that is true for us. So we don't actually have to manually turn them on and off, but rather it just happens because of serverless technology. Now, this is actually pretty straightforward to do with things like web applications. So something like Django relies heavily on a database. That database stores everything. It remembers everything for us. Django doesn't remember anything. It uses the database constantly. Django has code that can be ran, but we can turn that code off or turn it on at any time, and we have no effect on the database unless, of course, we make a bunch of changes to the database. So that means that databases historically have been running all of the time. They've always been using compute, whether or not our web applications were running, whether or not Django's running, whether or not Fast API is running, or Node.js, or whatever it is. Those applications might be off, but the database is often on. Now that is, of course, until now. We're going to be using Neon as a serverless database offering. So this is really, really cool because it's not just a serverless database, but it's a serverless Postgres database, which integrates really well with Django. It's sort of like the database for Django. Granted, there are other options for Django itself in terms of databases, but I personally really like Postgres. So a serverless Postgres is like, oh yeah, I got to use that. So that's what we're going to be doing in this one is we're going to be using Neon to actually power our database side of this application. And we're going to be using serverless, so it's a lot more efficient. So that means that we're not paying for compute 24/7. We're only paying for compute when our application actually needs it. So we can have a serverless application and a serverless database to really just pay for pennies on the dollar instead of always having these things run and making it really expensive. So that's pretty cool. At this time, I recommend that you sign up for Neon. It has a great free tier that will cover everything we need to do in this one. So go to neon.tech right now and sign up, and then we'll go ahead and configure everything for Django in the next part. All right, so now in the Neon console, I'm going to go ahead and create a new project, and I'm going to call this simply Micro eCommerce. I'm going to use Postgres version 15. I recommend you do the same. If there's a newer version of Postgres out, you probably could use it on Django. There's a really good chance that it will. Next, of course, the region itself is going to be closest to you physically. I'm in Texas, so Ohio is going to be the closest to me physically. This is just for latency, as in speed into using it. When you go into production, if you end up doing that, select the region that's closest to your production servers, which should be as close as possible to your users, or at least your initial users. So go ahead and create this, and right away it gives me this, connection string, and I can even see in here there's already settings for Django. Now, personally, I like using the connection string right here. We'll come back to that. For now, I'm going to go ahead and just use this Django database string. I'll go ahead and copy this, and we're going to bring it into our Django project, into CFE home here, which is just the name of my Django project in this case. It's typically the name I'll use for the vast majority of projects. Basically, wherever settings.py is and, WSGI.py and all that, I'm going to go ahead and put in db.py here, and we'll paste this in. Now, in the long run, we definitely don't want to have hard-coded, password, username, and all that stuff. We want to have it where this is all in environment variables. But for now, as we're testing this, let's just leave it there. Inside of settings.py, what I want to do is scroll underneath my SQLite database, and I'll just go ahead and do from.db import all, and then I'll also do no QA, just so that my text editor is not yelling at me that this is a bad import, because it actually is a bad import. You're not going to want to do this very often, but every once in a while when it comes to settings and stuff like that, this is by far the easiest way to do it. Okay, so now that we've got that saved and everything, let's go ahead and make migrations. So Python manage.py, make migrations. I shouldn't have anything for migrations in terms of make migrations, but of course, notice that I've got this, Postgres package is not available. Now that is, of course, because I never installed it. So in order to use Postgres SQL, you need to install the scicopy G2. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this into my requirements here, paste it in just like that. At some point, maybe you'll need to use the binary, and maybe you'll use the 3 version. This package most likely will change in the near future as Django 4.2 comes out. But now that I've got this, I'll go ahead and open up a new terminal window here. We're going to navigate back to where rav is and just run rav run installs. And let's make sure we spell it correctly. And so this will, of course, create requirements.txt with the correct version of Postgres, the Postgres package for Python, and then it will actually install it as well. So with that in mind, I can now run make migrations and no changes detected because I actually haven't done a whole lot, but I can do Python manage.py migrate. And once this finishes, it will take a little bit of time. There is some latency. I'm in Texas. My database is in Ohio. So there's going to be latency, and that's okay, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py, create super user. Okay, so before I actually finish creating the super user, let's go back into Neon, the console here, and I've got my, all of the things related to my database here. I've got databases, I've got tables, which is what we'll look at in a moment, but you can really experiment with this. Roles, you can also add a new role. So if you wanted to have specifically for, your dev DB, you can create a user specifically for that, and it'll give you a password in here too, right? And it even gives you a .env file. What do you know? Sort of things that we will absolutely implement. They've definitely really thought through how you're going to end up using this as a developer, which is fantastic. Next, we've got tables here. This is actually what I wanted to show you. See all these tables here? These tables were created for us with this migrate command. That's what that migrate command does. If you're not already familiar with it, it will actually create the tables for you in the database. Make migrations basically tells Django, hey, we're about to make these tables. Don't make them yet. Then make them. That's it. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and create a user. In this case, I'll leave it as CFE. Let's go ahead and try that again. Leave it as CFE and then put in a whatever password. It's probably better that you put in a very good password because we are using what would be a production database. But if I refresh in here in my auth user table, I can see here's a password. This is a encrypted password. I can't just look at the raw password there. This is great. This is built into Django if you didn't already know that. Then I've got my super user. This is a true flag, the username, staff, and so on, right? Pretty fantastic. Okay, so to also just nail this home, if I run the server and go into the admin real quick with this new user, which I think I pretty much save it all the time, but I go into users here and go into username. I'll just go ahead and add in my first name and my last name. There we go. I'll go ahead and save it and then go back into the console here. We might have to refresh once again just to see this stuff. And there you go. There's that data, right? It's fantastic. And one of the things we noticed a moment ago is it said that it couldn't connect. This is because it's a serverless database. So if you're not actively connected, the database will actually go down, which is cool. That is the serverless part of things. So when you do refresh your connection, when you actually try to have Django run and connect, it will. There might be times where there's a little bit more latency because it needs to spin up the server because it was down. But overall, that's it. We now have Neon integrated into our Django project, which is fantastic. But before I go any further, I want to see one of the coolest things about Neon, which is branching. And I also want to abstract my hard-coded variables out of, just db.py. This is not a good place for it. I want to show you why having hard-coded variables is a problem. It's a very easy to understand problem, but a problem nonetheless. If you go into the repo itself, if you go into branch main 5-end and you go into src, cfe home, db.py, there's those variables. These are real. This is actually happening. So naturally, what I'll want to do is go into my roles and reset this password just right away. Just do it. You can reset any of the passwords, but of course we definitely want to reset that password here. And so this also means that I need to prepare my environment to be able to handle if I need to change a password or if I need to just change what my database is. So two cool things that we'll end up doing here. So I'm no longer going to use this configuration. Okay. So before I can change this configuration, I need to install a couple things. First off is going to be dj-database URL and then python-decouple. Both of these things are great. So with this in mind, I'll go ahead and do rev run installs, and that should install these two packages for me as needed. I don't need a specific version. I just need these two packages. So the first one is going to be Python Decouple. So what is it that we're going to do here? Well, inside of the root project, I'll go ahead and do .env here. Okay, so I want a database URL. Now, this is going to serve several functions for me. One, it's going to take out all of these credentials out of my Python files. Number two is it's going to allow me to play around with some of the great features that Neon has in terms of branching. So let's take a look at that. If I go into branches here, and I've got this main branch, I've got this host endpoint here. Okay, so I'll go ahead and copy this host endpoint and just paste that in. So this is going to be the main branch. Now, if I actually grabbed another one, and let's go ahead and say new branch, off of the main branch, I'll get it where it is. And of course, you can give it a name if you'd like. So let's go ahead and say dev db. I'll go ahead and hit create branch. Here is a new endpoint, right? So we now have two endpoints specifically for this database. But of course, how do we actually configure the database URL? This is not a full database URL. Now, you might remember when we actually were creating this, it gave us those options, right? And so we can actually see the connection string right here. So I can copy this and paste it right here. Notice that that's for that dev db branch. If I go to the main branch, I can copy that and paste that right there. Great. Okay. So we've got the dev db branch, we've got the main branch, and then a different connection string and a different role, right? So it's no longer the Coding for Entrepreneurs user, but the different roles. This is fantastic, super easy to switch. Now we can also create new databases in here, right? So the project itself can have multiple databases, which is great too. But I'll leave it in just with the Neon DB as seen there. So I have now two different database URLs that I can, toggle between. The second one I'm actually not going to use yet. I'll come back to that in the future. But for now, I'll just go ahead and stick with the main branch, and we'll go ahead and implement this. So of course, the big question is, how do I actually use these variables now? So the first thing I want to do is in CFE home, I'm going to go ahead and create env.py. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and create a function for loading in the .env file. So this function is going to be based off of the src folder. And we have sort of a reference to that src folder. It's this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy both of those things and bring them in here. So this is the base directory where src is. If I want to do the project dir, then that's going to be the base directory .parent. And that's going to bring me into the main project directory. And then the env file is going to be the project dir /env. Now, the reason I have this is because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a function called getConfig. And it's basically going to say if the env file path exists, then we're going to go ahead and basically use that one. Okay, so to do this, we're going to use Python Decouple, the config item, and also these configs. So we'll go ahead and have a couple different ones, just like that. Okay, so basically, if it doesn't exist, we'll just return config. Okay, and I'm actually going to name this as decouple config. You'll see why in a moment. And then if the path exists, then I'll go ahead and use the config class to set up the repository env from the string of the env file path. Again, only if it exists. If it doesn't exist, it's going to go off of the default config. And so finally, I'll just go ahead and say config equals to getConfig. Okay, so basically when I would typically use from decouple import config, I will now change that ever so slightly to just being from cfe home.env config. So in settings.py, I can actually come in here and do from, cfe home.env import config. Cool. So now with this config, I can actually use it in all of the places. So like our secret key, for example, we could come in here and say Django secret key, and we'll go ahead and say default equals to none. And then I'll grab this and back into my env, I'll do my Django secret key, paste it in like that, or single quotes is not what we want. We want to use double quotes here. Okay, great. Although the actual config item itself is pretty good with double or single quotes or no quotes even. So that's how we're going to end up using it. Now, the big reason that we are using the actual file paths themselves has to do with the fact that settings aren't loaded. Like we want to use this config option inside of the settings itself and not import the standard baster itself. Okay, so with this in mind, we're going to go back into db.py and now go ahead and say database URL equals to config of the database URL. And we'll say the default is none. And basically, if the database URL is not none, then we'll go ahead and load in this database. Of course, the question of how to do that is simple. It's import DJ database URL. And then we'll go ahead and instead of this, we will go ahead and use, we'll get rid of a few things in here. So get rid of this and say database URL config. And this is going to be our default being equal to this right here. And then we can actually pass in a few things like the max connection age and then the connection health checks as well. Great. So now we've got environment variables that we can load in. We also have a way to dynamically change our database URL whenever we see fit. So all we need to do is verify that this is working. And I'm going to have my server start running. And it might give me a moment before it's fully connected because of whether or not my database is up and running. So at this point it is, and I don't have a SQLite database, or at least I shouldn't. And I should be able to see my saved user with my name on there. Sure enough, all that's in there. If I delete this db.sqlite 3, I should still be able to, refresh in here, and everything should still be fine and working well. Pretty neat. So one thing I want to do though is in the env file is I want to add in something called LRU cache. And this just means that the env file is not going to be reloaded a bunch of times. So we just put in this decorator just to make sure that it's pretty much loaded one time every time it's running, just a way to be a little bit more efficient. So now we have successfully used Python decouple to bring in our connection string instead of having it hard coded, which is fantastic. Now let's go ahead and create our products model. So to do this, we're going to, of course, open up our terminal. I'm going to navigate into SRC with my virtual environment started and activated. I'm going to go ahead and start app, and this is called products. Okay. So in here, we're going to go ahead and declare a few things. First off, we'll go ahead and say class product, and this is going to be models.model. And we're going to give it a name, a handle, like a slug, and then a price, and maybe a stripe price. And let's go ahead and do a timestamp and then update it. Okay, so there's a lot of things that we could add to fill out a product model. And in this case, we're just doing digital products. So I'm not going to really have a bunch of variants of this product, as in like t-shirts, right? I'm not going to have a bunch of SKUs or different sizes for it. It's really going to be a single product listing and then maybe downloads that are associated to that single product. So the name is just going to be the name of the product. The handle is going to be unique to any given product. So let's go ahead and start with those with models.charField, max length being 120, and I will not allow that to be blank. Next is going to be models.slugField, and this is going to be unique being true. Okay, so the slug has to be unique. Now, we could auto-generate this. We could do all sorts of fancy things to make sure that it is unique, but just using this flag of unique being true means that when a user is creating this product, they have to make sure that this is unique. I actually am starting to like the term handle over slug because, well, slug doesn't sound that great. Handle, I think, makes a lot more sense, and it also sounds better. Next is going to be our price. So in this case, I'm going to use a decimal field. The stripe price is also going to be a decimal field. Now, the stripe price is going to be 100 times the price, right? So no matter what this price ends up being, the stripe price is going to have to be changed or according to that. The other thing is what we'll end up having to do with Stripe as well is we'll also need a Stripe price ID, which is something I will have to do later. We'll add that field once we start integrating Stripe. But I know right out of the gates that the way that the Stripe API works is the price, the like normal display price that, you know, I'm used to with products is different for Stripe. Stripe has it with no decimal places. So this actually should be an integer probably, right? So integer field, not a decimal field. So we'll have to adjust for that. And then we'll do timestamp, which is our datetime object, and auto now add being true, and then updated just whenever it's saved. We'll go ahead and say auto now. Simple enough. So the integer field for the price, the Stripe price, is going to be a default of 0. The decimal field, we have to add in a few arguments here. One is going to be our maxed digits, like how many digits do we want? And then we'll also do decimal places, which in my case is going to be 2 because I'm using US dollars here. And then my default is going to be like, let's say $9.99. Okay. So that would mean that my default for the Stripe price is going to be $999. Okay. So how do we automatically generate this Stripe price based off of this price? Well, what I'm going to do then is I'll also go ahead and say the original or OG price is also that, right? And what this is going to allow me to do is override the save method, which is self-args and keyword args. And basically what we'll do here is if self.price is not equal to self.og price, then, you know, this means the price changed, and self.og price equals to self.price, and then self.stripe price is equal to self.price, you know, times 100, and then the integer of that. You know, we might want math.round or something like that, but we should be okay with just the integer of that because there shouldn't be any decimal places whatsoever. Cool. And so what this price change also means that we'll probably have to trigger an API request for the price in Stripe. So I'm just trying to think ahead to things that I'm pretty sure I'll have to do later in relation to price changes and stuff like that. Cool. There's also another one is we probably are going to want to have our Stripe ID or our Stripe product ID in here as well. And then I also want to have this associated to a user. So models.foreign key, and this is going to be settings.auth user model. And I'll just give it a default of 1. So I need to bring in that auth user model. So from django.conf, import settings, and there we go. Okay, so what I wanted to show you here was this is how I actually work on these projects, right? I think through like, hey, this is the field, these are the things I want to have in it, and then I hopefully have some experience with the APIs I'm working with. But even if I didn't have experience with it, knowing that a price has changed or knowing that a field has changed is often a good idea, because then I can actually do something like, price changed timestamp, and do models.dateTimeField and say auto now add, both of these things being false, and probably even blank being true and null being true. Because then I'm like, oh, cool. Well, now I know that this price changed. I can also come in here and say self dot, the price changed being timezone.now. And again, one other thing that I just know to import, which is from django.utils, and we're going to import the time zone. Okay. I will leave in that Stripe price, actually. I do want to keep that. But the idea here is this comes with practice. Over time, this is how you'll start to work, is you'll think like, oh, what are the fields I definitely need? And then you slowly add on to them. Now, it doesn't always happen at once. Sometimes you do this and then you improve it down the line. Or sometimes you just copy and paste code and you're like, okay, let's see how this thing works, and we'll get it working before I make all of the changes. Because the thing with databases, especially when you're learning, you can treat them as ephemeral. You can actually just delete them when you need to until you're actually ready to go into production to solidify those changes. So we'll go ahead and say save. We still want to call save, so we'll call those super arguments here. just like that. And I'll also bring this into the Django admin. So from.models, import product, admin.site.register of that product. And then we'll go ahead and bring it into our installed apps and products, just like that. And we've got a missing type error here for our foreign key, which is at this line right here. And that's because we need to add in on delete equals to models dot, I'll do cascade, as in it's going to delete. If the user is deleted, the product is deleted as well. So with this in mind, I'll do python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py, migrate. So again, make migrations, prepares the database to migrate, and then this one changes it. This one actually migrated it. Okay, so big int, not primary ID. So we've got a permission error with changing this database. Cool. So that's actually a good sign, because that means that our roles are working right in here. So if we come back in here, we've got a role in here that may or may not have access to do all the things we might need to do. So I'll go ahead and reset this password, and then we'll go ahead and use it instead. So come back into my env settings here, and instead of dev db, we'll do coding for entrepreneurs, and then that new password. And let's go ahead and try it again and see if those permissions make a difference. And sure enough, they do, right? So another benefit of using a managed database like this is sometimes you'll have permissions to do things, sometimes you will not, which is very clear right here with the fact that I used a different role initially, but then when I switched it to the admin role, it was able to make the changes as need be. This is great for a number of reasons, especially if you have other people on your team that you want to develop with this, but not make big schema changes, especially not on the production database. Pretty cool. Now we're going to go ahead and create a product model form. Now, the first thing I want to do, though, is jump into the admin and just verify that things are changing correctly, right? So if I change the price, everything else updates accordingly, and sure enough, it does. Great. So the nice thing about this is I can verify that this is working in the admin, but of course, when I actually let a user change this information, they shouldn't see all of the other fields, which is why I'm going to go ahead and create the form to start. So going back into my models.py here, I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this model, and I'm going to bring it into ChatGPT. And I'll go ahead and say, consider the following with Shift Enter, paste that in, make a model form with name, handle, and price. Hit Enter. And sure enough, it's going to go ahead and make a model form for me, which is great. So it's going to clean things. It's going to give me all of this sort of stuff that if you didn't already know how to do this, it's a little tricky, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just copy the form for now. We'll go back to the view in a little bit. And then I'll go ahead and say forms.py and paste this in here. Okay, great. So the clean name, I'm actually not concerned about this form validation. You can do any sort of validation you like. But for now, what I actually want to do is I want to change the CSS classes for each one of these fields. Now, one of the ways I could do it is by declaring each field in here as forms.char field, and then grabbing a new widget being something like, forms.text input, and then adding in some attributes for some sort of class. And this, of course, is going to be the HTML element class. And let's say, for instance, form control. Now, the reason I'm using form control is because it actually works for Bootstrap, and also we can make it work for Tailwind. So with that in mind, I actually don't want to repeat this process for each field. In fact, I just want to change it slightly so it's not using this, but instead it's using the init method in here. And we'll go ahead and do self and args and keyword args, and then super init of args and keyword args. Okay, so in here, I'll go ahead and do for field in self.fields. Then I'll just go ahead and do self.fields of the field dot widget dot attributes with the key of class. Then we'll go ahead and say what class I want. In this case, we'll say form control. But what I actually want is I'll go ahead and say my input CSS class is equal to form control. So I'll go ahead and come in here and paste that in. Great. Okay, so that's a way to change that class. We can use this same element to change placeholders, or I could say something like self.fields and then grab like the name field, for example, and then do something very similar where instead of class, we do placeholder, and we could say something like, you know, your name. That's another way to change various attributes that are on any given HTML element. We'll see this rendered out very soon, but for now, I'm just going to change the class itself to being the variable of input CSS class. Great. Okay, so the question then is, how do I actually make this CSS class work within Tailwind? I can make it work with Bootstrap by loading in Bootstrap, but Tailwind only loads in specific things. So there's a couple of different ways on how we could do it. First off, in Tailwind config.css, what I could do is I can grab this particular file path and paste it in here, just like that, right? And so this file path now will be reviewed for any given CSS class. And we'll see that in a moment. But for now, I'm actually going to follow along with something up here a little bit. I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this. And instead of it being HTML, I'll go ahead and do, let's say, just forms.py. Something like that. Okay, so now that we've got that and we have a CSS class in here, we'll see if this ends up working. Now, I actually don't think it will, but we will try. So with this in mind, I also need to declare the correct class. Now, before I change the form control class, I'll use an actual Tailwind class by going into Flowbite and searching for forms. So flowbite.com, searching for forms, and then looking for just some sort of input element, which is going to be this one right here. I'll just go ahead and copy this default that we've got. Go ahead and copy that. And we will place it right here. Okay. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and grab just BG Gray, for example, and I'm going to go into static, into CSS, into output, and look for BG Gray. BG Gray is showing up. Okay. How about form control? Form control is not showing up. How about let's do another BG Gray. Let's do BG Gray 950. I'm just going to grab that for a second and take a look. BG Gray 950 is not in there. 900 is there. Actually, a lot of BG Gray. So BG Gray 700 is not there. So let's do BG Gray 700 and see if that one ends up coming in. All right, cool. So this is to help illustrate the power of Tailwind. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and do rav run and watch. So that should watch my output now. And at this point, my Tailwind should grab the form in theory, and it should grab BG Gray 700 also in theory. And it does. So there it is right there. Pretty neat. So it's now showing up. Notice that it also has a green line, which means that it has changed based off of my last commit, which is fantastic. But unfortunately, I don't want to write all of this inside of my Python code. This is a bunch of CSS that I just won't ever really use. Instead, I want to use form control because it also allows me to switch to Bootstrap if I want to. Granted, I'm not worried about switching to Bootstrap, but the idea is still I want a smaller class just to declare all of these things. And it's actually really easy to do. So we go into Tailwind, Tailwind input.css, and then I add @layer base. And then in here, I do form-control, and then I add in @apply those values, just like that. The actual syntax editing for this is not great because of just how all of this works. But at this point, I now have form control in here. And I should still be watching everything. I don't have any errors here. If I run watch again, there's no errors coming on, which is great. That's showing me that at least that part's working. So form control now, if I look in the output again, I should be able to look for form control, and there it is, right? It gave me all of the CSS that I needed for that particular class, which is fantastic and absolutely critical for forms, especially when we're using something like Tailwind that strips away all styling from everything, as we'll see. But at this point now, I have just a simple way to add in classes to a model form, which is fantastic. Now, this alone isn't exactly covered by ChatGPT yet, and you still might not fully know what's going on here. So let's go ahead and take a look inside of an actual view to see what's happening with this. Now we're going to go ahead and create a view that will implement our product form to actually create products for any given user. So inside of views here, we'll go ahead and do a couple things. So from .models, we're going to import the product model. And then from .forms, we'll go ahead and import the product form. And then we'll also import something like redirect. Okay. So what I want to do here is just define, and there's going to be our product create view. It's going to take in a request, and then it's going to return render. And we'll go ahead and say request, and then products/create.html. And then we want to have some context. So the context will start as an empty dictionary here. And the first thing I want to do is context of the form is equal to the product form. And this is going to be request.post or none. So typically I end up actually, instead of having this context like that, I'll bring the context down here. So I'll just say form equals to that product form like that. And then we'll just say if form.isValid, then we'll do obj equals to form and save commit equals to false, and obj.user equals to request.user, and then obj.save. Now I actually don't have the login required decorator on here just yet. So I'll go ahead and say if, request.user is authenticated, then I'll go ahead and, save it and all that. And what I could also do is say else form.add error, and we'll say user must be logged in, something like that. Cool. So now I've got my, context and all that. And then here I'll just return a redirect to, let's just say products/create for now. Great. Okay, so now that I've got this create view, let's go ahead and create some URLs. I'm going to copy urls.py from the main one, bring it in, and just get rid of some stuff here. I don't need the admin. I really just need Django import URLs. And instead of the home view, we'll do the create, and this is going to be our product create view. And we'll give a name of create. And then we'll also give our pattern a app name of products. Great. And then my URLs down here, I'm going to bring in the include, and we'll go ahead and grab a new path here. And this is going to be products, and just simply include products. And this is going to be products.urls. Just like that. Okay. And there we go. I need to have one more parentheses. And let's just make sure our server is running here. Sure enough, it is. Okay, so I also need to make that create template. So I already do have some templates in here. So I'll go ahead and do products and then create.html. And this is just going to simply extends base.html and then block content and in block. Okay, and then I will go ahead and add in a form method being, post. And then the action is going to just go into its current location. We'll add in the CSRF token. And then I'll go ahead and do form.asp. And only with 2 curly brackets there. And then input, we will do input type being a submit. And the value being create. Great. So let's go ahead and take a look. We'll go into our products, create, and it looks like we've got an incorrect URL here. So back in there, call that products, and we'll save that. And there we go. Okay, so now what we see is these colors coming through. and it does have styles to it. The styles look off to me for some reason, and I think it has to do with the stuff we were playing around with. So this BG gray should probably go back to what it was. I think it was BG gray 50. So we save that, and let's make sure that Tailwind's running. It is, and then I'll also make sure that I'm clearing out my cache. So network and disable cache, refresh, and there we go. Okay, fantastic. So we now have a way to see our products, but I don't see the button. So let's see what's going on with the button itself. Input type being submit. And too many P's. There we go. Okay, so the create button doesn't look great. So going back into the Flowbite code for Tailwind, I'm just going to go ahead and grab this submit button. Okay, and we'll paste it in here. Now, I know I'm going to use a submit button over and over again. So I'm just going to call this btn submit. That's it. Then I'll go back into the input itself and then do .btn-submit. And then again, apply, adding that in, just so I don't have to repeat myself over and over and over again. So back in here, I now have the submit button in here, and I'll go ahead and say product 2, hit submit. And it's hard to tell whether or not it actually did anything. So let's go ahead and jump into the admin products, and we've got our product 2 here. And sure enough, there it is, product 2. All right, so I was able to add the data with my user logged into the admin, but how about if they're not logged in? So if I open up an incognito window, I can try that out and just run this here and hit submit. And I get user must be logged in. Well, that's actually because I added this. I paused the video and added that. But if I get rid of it, it'll be back to what it was, which you get this error right here. Now, there's a lot of different ways on how you could solve this. One of the ways would be to just copy this and bring it into ChatGPT. And if you do that, like I did here, you will sometimes see one solution that actually does work. And then if you're like, oh, I still want to see if they're authenticated or not, you'll see another solution that, well, this actually brings us back to what it was originally, which is incorrect, right? So, and then I've also tried it another way where it actually did give me the right one. Somewhere around here. But the idea being that, you know, if you run into errors, my default to solve them is going to be ChatGPT. I'm no longer going to Google that often. I just go in there and then I try out the code that it gave me. So the other thing about this is, like, perhaps I actually just want to leave it like that. And then that way I could test it again, run this, and there we go. So now it's going to be user must be logged in, or rather you must be logged in to create products or something along those lines, right? Which is really neat, and the way I will diagnose problems going forward. Now we're going to go ahead and create our list and detail view for our products. So first off, we'll start with list.html. I'm going to get rid of this block here, and I'm going to jump into flowbite.com/blocks. And I'm going to actually search for the About section or the Team section here, and I'll select this. Now, the reason I'm doing the Team section is because I actually like this setup specifically for our products, maybe even this too, because initially I'm not going to have that many products on here. You might have a lot, but let's say, for instance, you only had 4. This is a really good look for that, I think. And we could just change it to fit with products. So I'm going to go ahead and show this code. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to paste it into this block here. So we'll solve that in a moment. Tailwind.config.js might be something we want to add in too, like this primary colors here. You might want to add that in, but we'll see how it comes out in just a moment. So the list.html being a actual template now, I'm going to go ahead and create it. So we're going to define product list view. It's going to take in a request, and it's just going to simply return render request and products list.html with no context yet. With that in mind, I'll go ahead and create a new path for it, just an empty string there, and it's views.productListView, name being list. Great. So with this in mind, make sure there's a comma at the end. Let's go ahead and take a look at products. Okay, great. So it's actually rendering exactly the way I want it to, right? You might want to change it a little bit here and there, but overall it's looking pretty good. So another thing that I want to do right away is add this into my nav bar. So instead of contact here, I will actually use my products URL, right? And there's going to be products. So there's a lot of different ways on how we could actually define this products URL. I'm going to make it simple on myself and just use the built-in URL feature for products and list. And this is a built-in template tag that allows you to just shortcut any sort of URL, right? And right now we've got like an active class and a deactive class. So I'm actually going to just make them the same class and not worry about what's active and not. Just, I click on it and it takes me where it needs to go. And this should just go home. Great. So navigation, products showing up. So of course now I actually want these to be actual products. So in my list view here, what I need to do, of course, is I need to actually change it so that any given item is going to be like I'm going to list through and I'm actually going to get my products themselves. So I see here, this is where everything's being held. This right here is simply the overall header for the page. So we'll go ahead and do products, explore the whole collection of, digital products in micro e-commerce, right? So the goal here is not to have the biggest site ever with the biggest amount of digital products, but rather just a few, right? Because I'm assuming that you're going to be doing this. You're going to have a few digital products and you're going to want to sell them. That's what I'm assuming, not that you're Amazon recreating Amazon. Although I think that's compelling to learn about as well, but this is going to be a little bit more practical. Okay, so we assume that we've got 4 here. So of course I need to iterate through them. And the way I do this is by breaking down each one of these divs so I can see where are the 4. Well, I think it's each one of these. I just go layer by layer until I figure out which one is which. So I'm assuming this is my product list card. So inside of products here, I'll go ahead and do list card.html and paste that in. Again, I'm assuming this is the product. I'm pretty sure it is. So with that in mind, I'll go ahead and get rid of this one and just do include. And this is going to be products/list card.html. Like that, and I'll get rid of the other 3. We'll save it, refresh. What do you know? Bonnie Green, we've got one of hers. And if we copy this a few times and save it, I should see it actually be laid out correctly. It looks pretty good, right? So I want to actually change that, of course, instead of manually doing it. I want it to be based off of database entries. So to do this, back into my product list view, I'm just going to go ahead and say object list equals to product.objects.all. We'll pass in this object list here. Now, I will say you could have pagination in a list view. Pagination's great because it will break up a query set and give you multiple pages for that. But again, I'm assuming that you don't actually have that many products on this page. So having a full query set is probably fine. And so now what I'll do is in here, this is where I'll actually iterate. So we'll do for product in object list and 4. Save that. We refresh in here. Now I've got 2 showing up. And of course, in this list card, I'll go ahead and say with product equals to product, or rather with object. I'll go ahead and loop through the object to follow the semantics that you will see in something like class-based views. And so now that I've got this, I'll go ahead into my list card here. And I'll just go one by one. So the first thing is we'll say if object.image, then we'll go ahead and render out the image along with the link. So I've got this href equals to the hashtag. If I do a quick search for that, what I could do is just replace it here and do object.get absolute URL. And that was just a Command F or a Control F to search each instance of that. And it says there's 6 of them. So if I replace them all, now I've got my object.getAbsoluteURL. Now I've been calling it object when I said product originally. So I'll just come back in here and just change this to object as well. Simple enough. There we go. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and change this Bonnie green here to object.name. And if I refresh in here, now I've got product 2 and so on, right? So in here, I've got some other descriptions and things that we might want to add in. So this I can do object.handle maybe. And then at some point, maybe I will want a description for this product, and we'll do object.description. As of now, I don't actually have a description, so it doesn't render anything. And I also don't have these buttons here. So all of those buttons I can just get rid of, and I'm pretty sure they're in this unordered list element here, which you can break down and get rid of. Save that, and what do you know? So the next thing is I could just go back in here and look for a button. So going into my buttons and just do a quick search for something that sort of looks like, hey, you should click this and take a look at the product itself. Not really sure if any of these really stick out, but let's go with this default one, this outlined button. I like that one. So we'll go ahead and grab that. And instead of it saying default, we'll go ahead and say view product. And instead of it being a button, we'll give it an anchor tag. And we'll do this ahref thing just like that. We save it and we refresh in here. There we go. So if I click on that, it doesn't actually take me anywhere because I don't have the get absolute URL method set up. But it's definitely going in the right direction as far as a list view is concerned. Once I have an image, it's going to look even better. So now let's go ahead and actually do the detail and update view. So it sort of finishes off the sort of views that we want. All right, so now let's go ahead and create the product detail and update view. So in views.py, I'll actually copy this product create view here, paste it down here, and we'll call it our detail view. Now, the first thing that we need to do is we need to pass in an argument for it, which will be for the handle itself, right? So once we have the handle, then I can actually grab the product object, which I'll use get object or 404 to do, and it's going to be handle equals to the handle that's being passed. So we can import get object or 404 from our shortcuts, just like that. And so now we've got this object here. So what we can say is owner, and that's going to be obj.user is equal to the request.user. Okay, just checking whether or not the owner is in there. If it is, then we'll go ahead and allow the form to be edit, and all that. So this sort of assumes that the request user is authenticated as well. Now, just to be safe, we can say is owner is false. And then if they're authenticated, then verify that. But basically, if it's owner, then we'll go through and do the form related stuff. So that means that I can get rid of some of these other calls. Great. In fact, the form won't even render unless they are the owner of this data. I also don't need the, to save it based off of the user either any longer. And then I also want to change the template itself. And in the context, I want to add in the object for obj. Great. So it's not a whole lot different than the actual original, create view itself. But the product form now also needs to have the instance being passed in here. So the actual object, so we can actually edit it. And of course, we could always change the product form to be the product edit form or something like that. But this should be fine. Okay, cool. So with this in mind, I also will want to change the redirect after it's done being saved. But for now, I'll just leave it off. So it doesn't redirect anywhere. It just stays on the same exact page. Okay, cool. So with this in mind, let's go into our URLs now. I'll copy this create path and we'll change it in a moment. And this will be our product detail view. And we'll just say detail. Okay, so the question, of course, is how do we actually match the path correctly? How do we make that dynamic path? Now, it's pretty simple. Django has a built-in way to have dynamic paths inside of this declaration here. We can declare a type. So in this case, it's going to be a slug type. It's not an integer. It's not a string. It's not a primary key. It's just, it's not an integer. That's what the primary key would be. It's not a UUID. It's just simply slug. And then we declare the variable name. In our case, it's going to be handle, which is what's going to set this value right here. And there we go. So this is how we can actually get to that detail view. Now the create view itself needs to be above this one. Otherwise, this will be treated as a handle and go to the wrong place. So with this in mind, we finally have to create the detail.html. So go into create.html, duplicate it, and call it detail.html. So initially, we should see the actual detail view of this page where I can actually edit it. So if we go back into our products here, we've got our 2 products here. I'll go into this one right here. And instead of calling it handle, I'll call it product ABC. Hit submit. And the handle changed. And if I refresh the page, I get an error, which of course we'll have to fix. But we can go back into product ABC. Okay, cool. So I can now edit it, but that's not necessarily how I want it to look. But the cool thing is if I go to the incognito window, I won't be able to edit it. So that submit button shouldn't really show up unless, of course, the form is there. And so I'll just say if form, and then we'll go ahead and do end if. Great. So that should solve that submit button issue for a new user. So what is it that I'm trying to do here? Well, I actually want to show the main product here. And then on the side, I want to show this form if I need to. And really, it's going to be something like update product, something like that, where this will now be over here. So there's a really simple way to do this with Tailwind, and that's going to be div class equals to flex column. So it's going to treat this whole area like a column. And then when it's large, we'll call it a flex row. Okay. So when it hits the large breakpoint, it'll be considered a flex row. If I refresh, nothing really changes. Let me put the div around this form. I'm going to tab this in here. And still not a whole lot different. I mean, the form does change a little bit, right? It's not full, but it's still not really in the spot that I want it to be. So to do that, I'm going to actually wrap this form into, let's say, a sidebar. So I'll call this my sidebar, and I'll just say the sidebar. Okay. And then this will be our, main content. Okay. So I want them right next to each other in a single row when it's big enough, and then when it's small, it's going to collapse down. So to do this, we first off start with what it will look like when it's small, which is just going to be full. We save that, and we refresh in here, and now it's at full. Okay. So if I break it down, it goes to full. It automatically already separates it into 2 spots, which is pretty nice. So if I come in here and say ABC, I can see that it's actually 50-50, roughly speaking, which may or may not be what you want. But I'll leave it in as that's what I want at some point. I also am going to go ahead and say MD equals to, or is the breakpoint for W dash 3/4. So then at the medium breakpoint, we're going to have this be 3/4 and this be 1/4. If I refresh it now what I see is it breaking down just a little bit different, right? And so when it gets smaller and smaller, it all adjusts accordingly, which is pretty nice. And I could also change this to being medium flex row. So if I break it down a little bit, that looks a little bit better instead of large. And I could play around with these breakpoints on how I see fit, as well as the widths. So 3/4 and 1/4, I think makes a lot of sense for the medium size. But once it gets smaller than medium, like smaller than this, we're probably not going to want to be able to update or edit or do anything on the side here. But now, of course, I want to have things related to the product itself over here. So what is it that I might want to have? Well, there's a lot of things on Flowbite that you might consider. So like this gallery here, I found this featured image one. So what if I just copied this and perhaps I put it in the main content area, save that and refresh. And now I've got this big old gallery in here for this product. Perhaps that's where I want it, or perhaps that's not. Perhaps I want it in the sidebar, which seems to make a little bit more sense in terms of a gallery. Now, I mean, I'm not going to actually implement this fully other than just to show examples of it here. But I'm going to go ahead and add a margin bottom of, let's say, 4, so that it does at least separate from here. Another way to do this instead of margin bottom is you can actually do space and Y4, and that will give us similar kinds of spacing, but it also does it within elements, like each element that's in there. So we might want to put this into a div so the spacing doesn't affect everything that's inside of that div. just the outside of things. So between these two elements, which is pretty neat. So now we have a really cool way to do that. Now, of course, I don't actually have any images, so perhaps I need to adjust that, and I will, but for now, I'll leave it just like that. And then I want to actually add in a header here. So back into Flowbite, if we look for headings and we scroll down, we can grab any kind of heading that sort of makes sense for what it is that we're trying to do for any given product, right? There's a lot of them. So I'm just going to go with heading 2 right here. I'll go heading 2, and this is just going to be, object.name. Save that, back into micro eCommerce. There's our new product. Now it actually makes a lot of sense to have something other than a heading, but like some description text, right? So we might want to have paragraph text in here too. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to scroll back down to the paragraph, or let's search for it. Paragraphs. And we're just going to go ahead and grab maybe like this right here. So go ahead and copy this, and we'll paste right here. Now, I don't know if we'll end up actually using this, but there we go. So we've got a new product, and then like I did before, I can do space Y4, and that should give me a little bit better spacing between these. And then now we're a lot closer to what we might want, right? So I might want a purchase button somewhere in here, maybe at the very top. So let's go ahead and do that. So at the very top of the sidebar, I'll go ahead and have the purchase button. And I also want to make sure that when I break it down, it actually looks halfway decent, which in this case, it still needs maybe some spacing issues fixed. But that's something you can just play around with on your own. Let's go ahead and add in a buy now button. So we'll go back into buttons, and we'll just select one. Let's do the purple one or the yellow one, either one. And we'll do buy now. Okay, so at the very top of this sidebar, we'll do the buy now button and refresh in here. There we go. And of course, we could also do prices, but let's do a search on Flowbite for prices. Let's say pricing. We've got a default nav bar. That's not it. Price card. I'm just looking to see if there's any sort of cool ways to do pricing that there's already in here. So that might be cool, that $49 a month here. So let's go ahead and grab that for our pricing. And I don't think we will not do a monthly charge. So I'll get rid of the month part, save that, and come back in here. And there we go. Cool. So not too bad. I mean, certainly could be improved still. And we also need the actual URLs working. But I mean, this looks pretty professional if you ask me. I mean, there's still a number of things that we want to improve, but overall, I think this is nice. And the other thing is how it looks when I'm not logged in as the main user. It's like this, even better. Now, of course, we would probably want a feature that we could see all of these images a little bit bigger, like they could replace spots, but that's outside the context of what I'm trying to do here. But now that we've got this, let's go ahead and actually add in our get absolute URL method, which is going to be simple. It's going to be get absolute URL of self, and it's going to return products/self.handle. Okay, I can absolutely improve that method, but for now, I'll just leave it like that. So then in my list card, the list card itself, wherever there's an anchor tag that we had before, looks like those are working now. Let's go back into our products, view product, and there we go. Great. So now we have a way to navigate to it. Of course, we still have several things that we want to do, such as if they purchase it, to be able to download any sort of item, which we'll do the downloading part first, and then we'll lock it down as we go. Now we're going to take a look at a basic way to handle file fields and image fields so that our product can actually have an image. After you understand those basics, then we can actually bring on the product attachment model, which will be the actual downloads for the file, which could be used for public or private assets, depending on how you see it. But the idea being, we'll use some of these images here that Flowbite has, and we'll put them into a model itself. So the first thing I want to do is inside of requirements, I'm going to add in the pillow library here. That's the Python image library. And I'll go ahead and run installs in the root of the project folder itself, just to make sure that I've got pillow installed. Now, you don't have to use pillow. You don't have to use an ImageField, but I recommend that you do. Okay, so in here, I'm going to come in and we'll just add in an image. And there's going to be models.ImageField. And we need to upload to, well, somewhere. I'll go ahead and just do products for now. And we'll go ahead and say blank equals to true and null equals to true. Great. So with this in mind, I also want to bring this into my form itself. So there's going to be, I'll put it first now. So image, name, handle, and so on. This is actually going to be my product update form now. And we'll go ahead and keep our regular product form as it was. Okay, cool. So with this, I'll go ahead and come into my views here and bring in my product update form. And it will come down here, save that. Okay, so since my product changed, I need to run my migrations. So let's go ahead and navigate into SRC, run python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py, migrate. And there we go. And then I'll go ahead and make sure the server is still running. Sure enough, it is. Okay, so before I can actually really implement these product uploads, I want to add in one more configuration into my settings. And if I scroll down, I have static files DIRs, but I don't have a static root or a media root. Both things are necessary for serving and handling static files. So what I'm going to do here for my static root is I'm going to make another location that I'll call my local CDN. So there's going to be base.dir / local -cdn / and static. And then I'll also do the same thing for my media root, and that's going to be /media. So this media root is where the files will be uploaded by default. So that we definitely need to set it for that reason. So let's go ahead and run our collect static here. So inside of the root of the Django project, we'll go ahead and run python manage.py and collect static. And what that will do is it'll bring it into this local CDN here. Now, this I actually don't want to check in to my Git remote. So I'll go ahead and do source and local-CDN inside of my git ignore. Now, I don't have to have the local CDN in the SRC folder. It might be better if it's not, right? Just in case I accidentally do something that I shouldn't. So I'm going to go ahead and actually move it. Let's go ahead and move it outside of that SRC folder. Okay, so there it is right there. And then in my settings, instead of base.dir, we'll just do base.dir.parent like so. Great. And if I run collect static again, notice that the path has been updated correctly and nothing really changed. Okay, so with this in mind now, I'm going to go ahead and run the server again. And we'll go into the admin initially. And we'll go ahead and grab and store an image in one of these products. Okay, so I'm going to grab this product. We'll grab an image. Before I actually grab any images, let's go back into Flowbite and grab the gallery, or look in the gallery for some of these images here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just download some of these images. By all means, download the images as you see fit. This is not meant to violate any copyrights or anything like that. We're just trying to learn some stuff here, and I'm just grabbing some images that are used there. I don't know if these are theirs images either. Nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and use it to experiment with. I'm going to grab this image here, and we'll go into our downloads, and I'll just grab any of these images. So we'll start with image 2. I'll hit save, and what this is going to do is it will bring that image into local CDN media products, and then the image name itself. So if I were to use image 2 again somewhere else, let's say on the other product, and hit save and continue, what's nice is by default, it will not overwrite the other one. It'll just make it a unique slug or a unique file name, and that will be the image then. Fantastic. Okay, so now that we've got this though, what if I actually look at my products? So if I go in my products, I see that there's a image showing up. And if I go to view the product, I don't actually see the image I just uploaded. So let's go ahead and update these things accordingly. So in my templates here, we'll go to products and then our list card. Here's that image, what it should have been. And this is object.image.url. Save that, and it's a broken image. And the actual name itself, or the alt tag, is incorrect. So we'll do object.name. And now it shows us the product itself. Okay, so the reason this isn't working is because of static files on our local, project. Our settings are not set up for the settings that you would need in order to serve these uploaded files, at least for these kinds of uploads. There's other kinds of uploads that we can handle, but within Django, we don't want to handle static files ourselves. Typically, we'll use a third party for that, or something like Nginx. So what I want to do here is I want to actually set up these static files to work correctly in terms of serving them. Now in the settings, we should see something related to static files right here, and we could go there, and this will actually give us an option on how we can serve these during deployment, just so we can test it out. And this is it right here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and import this stuff. So let's just copy this right here, go into our URLs and paste this in. So a really good chance if you did try Django, you've already done this, but I'm going to go ahead and do it again. And we'll do URL patterns plus equals to, and there's going to be the static settings here. And then we'll do it one more time with media root, and that should say media URL, and it should be tabbed correctly. And I don't think I put the media URL, so let's go ahead and do that. And that's going to be much like the static one, but just say media, save that. Now that we've got that, we refresh, and now we've got some images here. So right now, those images are probably way too big for this product, photography stuff here, but it's really close. This image we want to change as well. So going into our templates, products, detail, let's go into here. I'm no longer going to have these. I'm going to get rid of those and really just say if our object.image, then I'll go ahead and have these images here, and then end if. That should be the correct setup there. And then we go ahead and grab this and object.image.url, save that, and this should say object.image.url, and there we go. Certainly a lot better than it was. And of course we can also, as we see down here, we can actually change the image to right in this update product. I'm not sure if I'll keep that in the long run, but if we go into products here, the actual list view definitely looks better, but the problem is, of course, it's way too big now. So let's go ahead and change that. So in the list card itself, we've got this W full here. Now, what I want to do is keep W full, but I'll change it from, let's say, medium to W. We can do 64. So 64 gives us a specific size. That's still a pretty good size, but it's not nearly as big. So if I refresh, it looks quite a bit better. And if I break it down, it still sort of has a problem at some point. So if it is small, let's say, for instance, W, and let's do, 32. Save that, and that still doesn't look great. Let's try 16. And maybe we need to clear out the cache here a little bit. Yeah, that still doesn't look great. But the idea being that we could play around with that quite a bit in terms of the layout itself. Something I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on. But now we've got a much better look at what our products could be. And then if we wanted to change one of the images, we could do that. So let's go ahead and change this. If I hit submit, it doesn't work. Now, this is a really simple fix. And it has to do with the for method here. We do something for ink type, and we do multi-part form data. So we save that, and then back into my actual product view, I'm going to go ahead and also do request.files or none. Okay, so we refresh in here, submit it. This time it should actually give me the correct image. Let's go ahead and try it again with the correct image and hit submit. And we lost the image. Looks like maybe the files didn't want to update. Yeah, so the cache is the problem here actually right now. So if I refresh in here, this should give me a different image, but it's not currently. So let's go ahead and see why. Inside of my elements, let's do an inspect element here. And then that should be image 7. Oh, it looks like maybe it is the same image. And let's go ahead and look on our downloads. Or let's just go into choose a different one. It's literally the same image. What are the chances? Okay, that's silly. And we hit submit on a new image, and there we go. Okay, so this one's obviously maybe too big for this, but it's still looking okay. So going back into our products, yeah, I still think it looks okay. Granted, maybe we want to crop all the images and make them a certain size. There's a way to make Tailwind work to do that, but I actually think this is just generally speaking okay at this point because it sort of gets the point across. We're actually having our images and we can actually make changes to them as we see fit, right? So if we wanted our different products in here, we totally could do that, which I think is really, really cool. And of course, the actual cards themselves are changing to fit the size of the product too. Nice. Okay, so now what we need to do is actually attach downloads to these products. So after they buy it, what are those digital downloads? They're not buying a watch, they're not buying a physical product, they're buying digital downloads. I have this image field on the product model for a few reasons. One of them being I want my product listing to actually look realistic by having a real image that's associated to that product. The other one being is just really showing the downsides of having a field directly on the product itself instead of using foreign keys whenever possible. So if we come in here and I wanted to have more images, I would literally have to add a few more fields to handle those new images. Where what a foreign key can do, very similar to what we did with the user here, we can actually copy this, bring it down a little bit, and say product attachment. And then instead of it being the user foreign key, we would have a product foreign key. And this would be just associated directly to the product with no default and no cascade. So what we could do now then, in theory, is have the image be attached here, right? Well, I actually don't want it to be product image. I'm okay with just one image. Instead, what I want is simply a file, and we'll just go ahead and say FileField, and this will be uploaded to attachments, right? I'll actually change that in a little bit, but the idea being this is going to be where our digital attachments go for this individual product. And the way this happens then is I can have however many files I want to attach to this product. I can have hundreds of thousands of them because really this product attachment is a whole new table in the database that has a relation to the product itself, but that's it. So what's cool about this is then I can also give additional data to this attachment if I'd like. I can give it its own handle. So the actual file attachment can have a handle itself, the timestamps, and update it. I can have those as well, right? And I could also say whether or not it's free, right? So let's say, for instance, is free equals to models.boolean field, default being false. And then we can also say if it's active, models.boolean field, default being true, like it's actively displayed or actively being used. Now, the reason to do all of this is to have many different file attachments to any given product, and then also allow for us to handle where we store these files as we see fit, right? So I actually don't want them stored in this standard file uploading place. I want them stored somewhere else. Now, the first thing that you might think of is to change this upload to. So you might want to do something like handle product attachment, upload, which takes in a couple arguments, which is instance and file name. And then we return some sort of path here, right? So let's say, for instance, I wanted to return product / instance.product.handle. I'll explain that in a second. / attachments / and then file name. Okay. So this instance right here is going to be an instance of the product attachment class, which has the product field in it, which is how I can do instance.product. And then that, of course, has a handle, which is right here. And then this way, I can actually have all of my product attachments in the same location. So then I can just replace this here. Now, key thing is you don't want to have a slash up front. You want to just have a slash like this. But of course, the downside to this is it's actually going to upload directly to the media root. It will upload right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and instead of it being the media root, we'll call it our protected media root. And instead of it being media, we'll go ahead and say protected. Okay, so this is actually where I want to upload it now. And the reason we don't want it in the media root has several implications. One of them being media root is going to be served somewhere. Typically, when you upload a file to media root, it's going to be publicly accessible. Whereas we actually want our product attachments to not be publicly accessible. So to handle this, we will just grab that, protected media root. So I'll go ahead and do protected media root equals to settings.protected media root. And then I'm going to go ahead and change the default where this thing will be stored. So to do this, it's something else that's pretty standard with Django. And that's going to be from django.core.files.storage. We're going to import the file system storage here. And then I'll go ahead and do protected storage equals to the file system storage with the location equaling this protected root. And I'll just go ahead and turn it into a string just to make sure that it is in the right location. And the other thing about this location here is I could set it right there. I don't actually have to use a settings configuration in here, just like I did. But I want to go ahead and use that. And now what I'll do is with this file, I'll go ahead and do storage equals to that protected storage. And then I'll get rid of this blank being true and null being true. I actually don't care about having a handle for the product attachment, but I'll leave it just like that. We'll save it, and I'll also add it into the admin as well. And then admin.site.register, that product attachment. With this in mind, I will have to make some migrations here. So let's go ahead and do that with nsrc, so Python and manage.py, make migrations. And then Python manage.py, migrate. Great. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go back into our admin here, and we'll see product attachments. And if I go ahead and add a product attachment, I can select one of the products. I'll just go ahead and grab one arbitrary one. And then I'll also go ahead and go into my downloads here and grab maybe just an image. Go ahead and open that, and we'll hit save and continue. So that should actually upload it directly where it should be. So it goes into the product attachments into my protected location, and we see that right here. Pretty fantastic, right? And I spelled attachments wrong on there, but we could change that really simply with getting rid of the E there. And of course, that file is now needing to be deleted, and we'll have to redo that. But the idea being that we can absolutely change multiple locations as to where we want to upload something, while also allowing any given model, in this case the product model, to have many different attachments. Now, we could also do a product attachment directly to a user. I don't know why you would, but you could do file attachments or something like that. There's a lot of different ways you can think about how you relate this data, and it just comes with practice and time of understanding how foreign keys work and all that. So if you do have any questions on this, let me know. Otherwise, let's keep going. Now we're going to go ahead and create a view to download a product attachment. So in our views.py for our products, we'll go ahead and import this model. We will import a few other things that are related to this. First off is the Python package called meme types. This will guess the content type of any given file based off its extension. It's not always perfect, but it will guess it, at least for us, which is necessary for our response headers, as we'll see. Next, I'll go ahead and do from Django to HTTP. We're going to import two things here. One is the file response class. The other one is the HTTP response bad request. Okay, cool. So the first thing I want to do is come down to the bottom, and we're going to define the function of product attachment download view. Okay, So it's going to take in the request and then some arguments, and then it's going to return a file response. As of now, of course, we don't have that file response. The very first thing that we need to think about is the actual object itself. We need to get the product attachment object. So just to test this out, we'll go ahead and say attachment equals to product attachment.objects.all.first. So this will just give me one that's stored in the database. Not the correct one, but it'll give me one that's stored in there. Then what we'll do is we'll actually respond like this. So we'll return the response just like this. So the attachment itself, I can actually open this, and I'll go ahead and say the file is equal to attachment.file.open, and then we put the mode in as read bytes, and then I can put in this into the response itself, and there we go. So that's essentially a download right there. And we can even try this out. So let's go ahead and do that. Inside of our views here, I'll go ahead and copy this slug and just say download, and then we'll bring in our product attachment download view, and we'll call it download even. Okay, cool. So we save that, and let's go into our product itself. So we'll jump into our products, go into our attachment here, and then go into download, and we get this unexpected keyword argument of handle in our view, and that's because I need to have handle in here, handle being none, and also do PK being none because I'll know I'll use that. So let's save it and refresh, and there's our product. So it's actually showing up as it's very similar to like what we did with our media, but it's not actually forcing a download. So what I want to do is force that download. So to do that, we do response, and we want to change this to being content disposition. And this is going to be equal to a attachment, and we'll give a file name, and we can give whatever file name we want, or we could do it based off of the file itself, which is what I'll do. And we'll just say file name equals to attachment.file.name. So of course, .file is related to the field itself, right? It's not, this could be called ABC, and then you would change it from file to ABC. So I just pass in the file name here. The other cool thing is we could change this file name as we see fit on the request itself, and then use the extension, all that. It's just not something I'm going to cover at this point. Okay, so now if I go in here and refresh into the download, it actually downloads that product, right? And I could do it multiple times, and it'll keep downloading it. Pretty fantastic. So now we could just build on top of this, right? So the next thing is the attachment itself. So we can say can download being false. Okay, so if can download is false, then we want to return a HTTP response bad request. Okay, so now if I refresh in here, I get a page not working, 400, right? So that 400 error is correct because of this can download. So to change this can response, we can say can download is attachment.isFree or false. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I stored it as a free item, which we could just verify by coming in here. And what do you know? It actually downloads it this time. Great. And if we go back into product 2 and then go straight to download, it's not going to render it out in the browser. It's just going to download it like I have many, many times already. So as soon as I take off that free argument, then it won't be able to be downloaded. So we save that, and then we try to download it again. And again, it's page not working. Okay, so it gives that 400 error. Now, of course, we could change the response here. We could actually redirect them back to the product and then have some sort of message if we wanted to. But the main thing here is we want to say if request.user.isAuthenticated. Now we can say can download being true, later changing to check ownership or something along those lines, which would be really nice. The other thing is in our response, we also want to add in something called content type just to allow the browser to understand what the content type of the file is coming through. It could infer it, but what we could do is actually set our own. Now, oftentimes you'll see the default being octet stream like this, right? But we can actually grab the content type from the file name using meme types, which is something that you might do from time to time. So if we did content type and encoding, this will be coming from memetypes.guess type of the file name. All right. So that actually gives us the content type, which we could use here, or the default, right? So if the content type somehow doesn't come through, we can just use octet stream if meme types can't guess what the type is. And this encoding here, I can, just put an underscore because it's an unused value. We don't need to write the encoding, but there we go. So now we have a really good download view that we can use all over the place with one huge exception, and that is the object itself. So to get the correct object, we will use the get object or 404 like we've seen before. So this is going to be our product attachment. And then we want to use the arguments that are going to come through with the URL. So the first one is that handle. That's actually the product handle, which we can use with product 2 underscores and then handle, and then the primary key itself. Now, you might be tempted to just pass in the primary key, but I want to verify that this is being accessed directly next to the product URL itself. So what I need to do in this path here is just add in another argument for the primary key, which is going to be integer and PK. And now I've got a much more flushed out, download ability. So let's go ahead and put this back as being free. Product attachment 3. So that's the primary key I want to use. So we'll go ahead and save it. And then we'll go into our download again. So download, this time I'll do 2. I'll hit 2 and we got no product attachment found. No surprise there. And then we are going to go ahead and do 3. And now it should actually download it if I did everything correctly, which at this point it's not. So let me go ahead and save it and download 3. Yeah, so it's not actually giving me the correct product. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this again because maybe I have the wrong product handle here, which I think I do, which of course we need to change on the display. Yeah, so this is product 1. Let's just change it to product 2 and see if it works now. And sure enough, there it goes. Okay, great. Which we could also verify again, going back into product 2 and just running that. And then of course it's going to download as you see at the bottom of the screen there. And I've downloaded this a ton of times. So let me just go ahead and delete it and try it again. And sure enough, there's that download. Great. And of course, that's where we could change the file name. So if I just called this file name something like abc.jpg, which is not correct, but if I did change that and then put that download again, it gives me that file name regardless of what the actual file name is. So feel free to change it as you see fit. But this is cool. This is a really simple and easy way to download files now. And this also works for other kinds of downloads, right? So this right here could be an image as well. It could be the original image too, where it's just downloading directly from the source. Now, one of the downsides of this download, this way of downloading things, is that it requires you to have access like pretty locally with your location where you're storing this, right? So this is not always the most efficient method to store and download files. A better one would be using a CDN or using something like S3 technology, so object storage, so that you could actually store the file somewhere else, and in which case this will no longer be something you would do. You would do something completely different, but at least for this testing, this is great. Don't worry, we will see this object storage stuff in a little while, but for now we've got a way to download the stuff, so now we need to actually display it on the product itself. In our product detail view, I actually want to show the attachments that are related to this product. So before they purchase it, they can see all of the assets they're going to get. And then after they purchase it, they'll see that on the product itself. This also means that I'm going to get rid of this update form. I no longer need this on here anymore. So going into our views, I'm going to go ahead and copy this one. And I'm going to change it to product manage detail view. And then our regular detail view is going to change quite a bit. As in, I'm going to get rid of this form here because I don't need it. But this is owner thing is interesting. This should actually verify ownership, basically. So no longer object.user, but rather just true. So we'll leave it as that. Okay, and we'll bring this in. And then this one I'll change to basically being is manager. And that's just slightly different, but I think it explains it a little bit better. So now in our product detail view, we won't have the form. So if we save it and refresh, the form should actually go away. And sure enough, it does. This is definitely more representative of what you'd probably want. And this is owner thing, basically what we'll do is in my product detail template, I don't want to have the price block if I have ownership, right? So this right here. So I'll just go ahead and put another div in here and paste that in. We'll tab it over and we'll say if is owner, and then else will show that data. So we refresh and there we go. Okay, so that's gone now. So I own this product. And maybe I say something like along the lines of like, you own this product. Of course, we still need the logic for that, but the idea being that we now have a flag that we can use to bring in some other data. Now, this other data is going to be another template. We'll just call this my attachments table.html. And that's what I want to bring in. So we'll go ahead and include that. So I'll do include, and this is products/attachments table.html. And we'll do with attachments equals to attachments. Okay, so we don't have attachments in our view just yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Back into our view here. We'll go ahead and do attachments being an empty list just to get the actual value in here. Great. Okay, so what are the attachments themselves? Well, of course, they're going to be from the product attachment.objects.filter, and this is going to be the product being obj, right? So that's going to give us a query set of all of those attachments. Now, this isn't the only way to do this, right? So another way to do this would be to do attachments equals to obj.product attachment set.all. Now, the reason I can do this product attachment set and not need to do the query set is a property of foreign keys, right? So you have a reverse relationship. So this is a forward relationship directly on the product model itself. And then a reverse relationship is from the product model, we can reverse it back to the other one, which is how you can actually get this to work as well. It's pretty fascinating. But they're both the same query set. They actually result in the same item. This one just adds in or needs you to import the other model. And it doesn't necessarily need this object, kind of like what we saw down here. But of course, in our product detail view, we want that object, so we'll leave it in just like that. Okay, great. So now I've got attachments in here, and I've got a way to use those attachments. So if we bring it into our template, we should see this query set coming through. Fantastic. Now, of course, if you don't have a query set, just go in the admin and add some products in there to make sure you do have some. But of course, now I just want to display this. And to do that, I'm going to use Flowbite. So if you do a quick search for table, you will end up on this page right here. I'm just going to scroll down to the striped rows table. There's a lot of options here. I'm just doing this one because it's really about the file name and then downloading. So go ahead and copy this and we'll bring it into our attachment table. The first thing I want to check is if attachments exist. This is a query set method that you can use, and I'll do and if. Okay, so in my case, on this particular page, it does exist, so this actually gets rendered out. So what is it that I want to display for this attachment? Well, I want to get the file name probably, and then the download, and that's pretty much it. So if we think about our model itself, going back in here, we've got our product attachment model. There's a couple of ways on how I can think about displaying the file name. First off, I can actually give it a name. So models and .charField, and we'll do max length being, 120, null being true, and blank being true. Now, to actually set the name itself, I'm going to use pathlib from the file. So we'll go ahead and import pathlib. And then in my save method, I'll do define save. And there's going to be args and keyword args, as well as self. And we'll basically say if not self.name, self.name equals to self.file.name, almost. So self.file.name will likely give you this string right here. So what I use then is pathlib.path of that, and then just do .name. That will give me just the root name itself. And we can also use this same thing for the stem, as in everything but the extension. And then we can use suffix as well to get dot extension, whatever the file extension is. That's pretty cool. And then we'll do super and then dot save and args and keyword args. Okay. And then what I want to do with this name, I'll actually add in a property here and we'll define it as display name. And I'll just return, self.name or self.file.name, or more specifically, this pathlib thing. Like that. Okay. So in many ways, this display name is not going to ever be calling this because of our save method. But this is two different options to accomplish roughly the same thing. And with this display name, you could always just use the file name. But I like both of them because then now I can actually edit the display name as well, however I see fit, especially if I use the same file name multiple times. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and save that. And since I just made changes to my migrations, I need to run python manage.py make migrations and python manage.py migrate. I actually made changes to the models, not the migrations. Now I made changes to the migrations, and there we go. Okay, so now I've got this product attachment. So that's what I want to show here is the display name. So back into the table, we'll call this, I'll just say name, like the file attachment name. And I want to iterate through, I'll do for attachment in attachments. So simple iteration and in for. Now, of course, if you aren't familiar with HTML, this might be a little tricky. But the idea is we've got a TR here. This TR stands for table row. TH stands for table heading. TD stands for table column or table division. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this TR here and paste in there. All of these other ones I can get rid of now. These are all other table rows that I can just completely get rid of. Save that. And now my new table row, I can use attachment.display name. And then I can also say something like attachment.isFree, right? So this is a Boolean. So we probably say something more like if it is free, then we'll go ahead and say free download and if, and then I can get rid of the laptop name there and get rid of two of the columns up here. So name, I'm going to leave that one empty. And then we'll go ahead and say download. And then we refresh in here. And now I've got free download. Of course, it says edit, which is incorrect. But it's definitely closer to what we might want, right? So the only thing that I really need to change is this to be download. And then have the proper link for it. And then also get rid of the query set at the top. Easy enough. Next, we will go back into our model and we'll do get download URL, and it's going to return back our download. So you might recall when we did this get absolute URL method, we totally did something like this, whereas the products handle download and then self.pk. I believe that's the actual URL for it. So if we go into our URLs, yeah, that's what I set up. But of course, there's a lot of flaws with actually hard coding these URL methods. So I want to get rid of that as well. This is a good time to do it. So from Django.urls, we're going to import reverse. What reverse allows me to do is use the URL name in conjunction with the app name, as well as any arguments that are coming through. So we'll start off with our product argument. So reverse and the app name. So in this case, it's products. And then the view name, in this case, it's detail. And then the keyword args, in this case, it's going to be handle and self.handle. Okay, so this is definitely a more robust way to make all that happen. And if I scroll down here, we're going to do the same idea, but in this case, it's now products and download because that is the view name for the URL. And then we just need to pass in the primary key as well, which is self.pk. We save that. So now our attachment table should be able to use that download URL. So in here, we'll do object, or rather attachment dot get download URL. And we're missing something called product the handle. We'll come and look at that in our models. That's this handle right here. There actually is no handle there. So it should be self.product.handle. And then I refresh in here, and sure enough, it shows up. Okay, so I probably don't even need this title here, but I can actually click download, and what do you know? It downloads. Great. So going back into my other product, I don't believe I have any downloads in there, so it doesn't show me anything. It does say that I own it, but there we go. And then if I go into an incognito window, I don't have any attachments showing up for this product right now. So what we want to do is just verify as to why that is. So we've got is owner. So the attachment table is coming through. Detail, we said if is owner, right? So perhaps we actually don't want the is owner on here unless it's in the table itself. So I'll actually get rid of that and say is owner in the table. And now we'll do, this basically saying if is owner or attachment is free, that's when we'll show the download link. So we save that, we refresh in here, looks fine there. We come back into our non-authenticated view or non-ownership view, and now that download is showing up. If I go back into the admin and remove that download into my product attachments, let's go ahead and remove the free of it all, and then go back into my incognito window, refresh in here. The download link is not there, right? So yeah, you can't download this. You have to, let's say, for instance, if it's not downloadable, we'll go ahead and say purchase to download, something like that. Cool. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so now that we've got these attachments, one of the things I want to actually finish off is being able to manage all of this, as in have actual attachments be a part of the product update view and all that, so that when I do as a user or the owner of this site, maybe I don't actually have to go into the admin to do this. Now, the other reason to learn about not doing it in the admin is so that if you want to allow third-party sellers on your site, they don't have to go into the admin to do it. They could just do it on one of the views as long as it's their product type of thing. Cool. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Now we're going to go ahead and implement this product manage detail view. What this will require us to do is implement form sets for our attachments, right? So we want to have all of the related attachments coming through as well. So I'm going to go ahead and bring those into the view itself. Then of course I actually need the form set for it. So form set being, what is it that I need to set up for the form set? So it's actually going to be a couple things. So into forms here, we're going to go ahead and do from Django.forms. We're going to import two form set factories. So this is going to be the model form set factory and then the inline form set factory as well. So we got two of these. We're actually going to end up with the inline form set factory so we can actually manage both the single form as well as the inline data too. So first off, let's go ahead and declare our, let's also bring in our product attachment in here. Okay, so I'll go ahead and say class product attachment model form set, and this is going to be equal to the model form set factory, and it takes in a few arguments here. First off, the model itself, then we can do fields. In this case, I'll just do the file. I'll go ahead and say the name. I'll add in, whether or not it's free, and then active. Great. Okay, so we now have our model form set factory here, and this should not be class, just a variable there, just like that. We put it in a class name because that's essentially what's happening, very similar to a form. So we've got these arguments. I'll also go ahead and put in extra being 0 and can delete being false. We will change those in a little bit, but for now we've got this. So we're going to do almost the same thing, right? Let's put a comma here. We're going to do almost the same thing for our inline form set. So now it's product attachment and now inline form set. This will take in our inline form set factory. So now what we want is our original model, which is our product model. So these two have a foreign key relation to each other, right? So the inline form set factory is very similar to tabular inlines in the Django admin. That's essentially what we're going for here. So now what I'll do is add in the form set being related to this one right here. Okay, so now we've got both things working. We've got two kinds of form sets. let's go ahead and bring this inline form set into our manager detail view now. And we'll import it from our forms. And then we'll scroll down and then we'll set our form set here equaling to this right here. And we'll do request.post or none as well. Actually, we probably won't do anything with this form set just yet. So we'll leave the data out and I'll give my context for that form set right here. Another thing I probably want to do is say, basically, if they're not the manager, just to run a 400 request. So basically returning this. So if it's not the manager, then we'll come down and return this bad request like we saw before. Cool. So now let's go ahead and take a look at all of this. I'm going to make a new template called manager.html. And we'll come into our products here. I'll duplicate the create one because it already has a form. And I'll put in manager here. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and add it into our URLs as well. I'll grab the slug detail and we'll go ahead and say manage as the URL. And then I'll grab the manage detail view here. And we'll just change it to simply manage. Okay, so we save that and we're going to go back into our product, any given product. Ideally, it's one that already has an attachment, right? If you don't have any attachments on it, then go into the admin and make some. We will make it dynamic soon, but here is our manage now, right? So I could definitely change things here. So if we only wanted to change the single product, we could change it right here and do everything that we would need to, like we saw before. But of course, now what I want to do is bring in the form set itself. So let's take a look at just what a form set looks like. So if I just do form set just like that and refresh in here, we see that it actually brings fields in for us, which is pretty nice. Now, the fields themselves aren't great, right? So like it's not laid out like we want. It doesn't show the form like we've seen before. So what we can do is we can actually iterate through this as well. So let's go ahead and put it into a div, and I can do for form in Formset and essentially do the same thing as I did up here, right? Just like that. And so I refresh in here. We don't need to submit the form, but if I refresh in here, it looks a little bit better. It's not quite where I want it, but it does look a little bit better. Okay, so what I want to do then is let's go ahead and just add in another attachment to the same product. So it's at product 2. Let's go ahead and add another attachment so we can, edit that one. And we'll just come in here into our downloads where I downloaded some before. It doesn't really matter what's in here other than the fact that it exists. That's it. So I refresh in here, and now I've got 2 products in here that I could potentially manage. So of course I want to be able to manage them. Now there's one caveat to form sets that aren't with forms, and that is something called a management form. So if we go into formset.management form, what we'll see is the actual form, that the data about the form that's in here. So if I come in and go to inspect, let's inspect this form itself. And what we'll see is this right here. So these things are the management form, and they're necessary to actually make changes to the form itself, to the form that we're working on, right? So now let's go back into our view here. So we've got a couple of good things going on, but one of the things that's not great is just generally speaking how this is all shaking out. What's pretty amazing though is the fact that this data here seems to be related to this product. It seems to be. So let's just verify that it is. So this product attachment, I'm going to just change one of them to being to the other product. We'll go ahead and save it, and then we'll come back into our micro e-commerce. Uh-oh, we have a problem. These are not related. They should not be in here in this way. So of course I need to change it. I need it to work correctly. So to do that, we grab that original query set and we just pass it in right here. So with that, now what I'll see is a different query set. I'll actually see different forms coming through, right? So now hopefully I'd be able to actually edit it. But of course I can't just edit it yet, but let's just see why. First off, we can request the post data again. So I'll go ahead and say request.post or none inside of the form set itself. Then we'll say and form set is valid. And then we'll go ahead and say formset.save and commit being false. That's because I can actually iterate through this again. So this time I'll do underscore form in Formset. Now I'll go ahead and say attachment obj equals to form.save commit being false. And then in this case, I'll go ahead and make sure that the product is the object, which of course is going to be this product right here. It's actually the same thing twice, right? So I can call this one instance if I need to just differentiate between the two. But of course, it's the same exact object. It should be because of this form element here. So if I used instance here, I could just say instance and then attachment object dot save. Great. And this should be form like that, underscore form. Great. So we save that and let's go ahead and make a change. Let's change the name of this attachment. I'll change it to image-10 and I'll put a E after JPEG. Hit submit. And it seems like things changed. Let's go into the view, come in here, and sure enough, it did, right? So it actually changed it. Fantastic. So I was able to update the image itself, or the name of the image. Well, what about the file? Well, as it stands right now, I actually cannot collect the file yet because I don't have request files or none. Right? So now I have request files or none. I just added it in. And so now let's give it a shot where I change the file. As it currently stands, it's at image-10. Let's just change it to image-2. And I'll change this to being image-2 as well. And we'll just leave it out without a extension there. And we've got image-10 here now. And let's go into our products and image-7. That's odd. So let's go back into product 2 here. Image-2, free download. If I download it, let's see what I got here. So that's one image. I don't know if it's the correct one or not, but let's try it again with changing it one more time. And this time we'll just take a look at it. It's this bag one. I'll open that up. Now it's actually image-2. We'll save it. It doesn't appear to change. So let's go ahead and refresh this page. Still doesn't appear to change. We come in here and then we go to download it. And let's see. Does not change. Okay. So naturally, that's a problem, and it's something we will fix in part 2 of doing these form sets. There's a couple of things that we'd want to look for in this problem. Request files, we want to make sure that that's being passed on any given form or form set. In this case, it is. So if it's being passed, then why isn't it coming through? Now, in this case, it's because our form doesn't have the ink type that we had before, which is multi-part form data. So let's save that. And now let's give it another shot. This time I will change it to image-2 again. And we'll go ahead and save it. It says no file chosen. So maybe it's because of the rendering, and it seems to be the rendering. So if I refresh the page, it looked like it worked okay. Come into the product, download it. Let's take a look if it's image-2, and sure enough, it is. Okay, great. So now we actually have a way to fully manage this product. But let's just make sure that it's also working on the main product itself. So let's go ahead and change this one as well, also to image-2, and we'll go ahead and save that. Again, the rendering is looking kind of funny. We'll fix that in a moment, and I'll just navigate directly to the page. Looks like it changed as well. Let's go ahead and take a look, and there's product 2. Both of them have the same one. So yeah, sure enough, it is now working as far as the form set is concerned, and I can change anything that I might need to on any given product that I am a owner of. This is great. So what if I actually wanted to add another, form in this form set? So if I go back into forms.py here and put extra of 1, right? So we put extra of 1 in there. What does this look like? Well, what it does is it gives me another option here that I can add. So let's do this ABC one, which happens to be a controller here. ABC controller. This time it won't be free. I'll go ahead and hit submit, and I will navigate directly to that page again. Looks like it actually worked, right? So if I come in here and I go into the products, there's the ABC controller. Great, looking good. And it's not a free download, so if I actually look at it with an incognito window, I have to purchase it. Fantastic. Everything's looking good on that front. So there's a couple other things that we definitely need to do in terms of making all of this work seamlessly. Now, extra being 1 is not something I'll do. I'll actually have it being dynamic very, very soon so that I can add as many as I'd like and then save it that way versus extra being 1. That will be something we'll do in the next part. for now though, what I need to do is I need to update how I initialize these forms and form sets. So right now it happens up here, and then after we change everything, the context is still using sort of the old form, if you will. So I just want to reinitialize it, and we'll do that right here, right? This, of course, assumes that the form is valid. It's not going to reinitialize it if the form is not valid. I also want to get the latest version of the query sets in here, or rather the attachments themselves. And so this will reinitialize it so that when I go to save something, it actually shows the correct data here. So if I come in and go to manage, I can then change something like image2 being just simply image, hit submit, and now it shows me image. If I change the file itself, let's go ahead and just grab some random file here. I'm going to grab this really long one, and I'll go ahead and save that. Now it should actually save that, but again, it's not showing it, which is kind of silly. So I might need to still update how we do this, or we could just go ahead and return redirect to the object. This will probably be my preferred method, is just to redirect it, and we'll do object.get manage URL. And oops, that should not be just the URL, but rather return redirect to that URL, just to make sure that we've got everything all in a row and set up correctly. So this get manage URL will be something I'll create in here based off of this get absolute URL. And it's really simple. We just change this to manage and get manage URL. Save that. Refresh one more time. Let's go ahead and change the image again to something else, image 7, and we'll go ahead and hit submit. And now it shows me image 7. So it doesn't go full on reset as we saw. And then of course I can change this one as well to image 7 and submit again. And again, we will see a full on reset with the correct image in there. And then of course, if I go back into the product itself, refreshing, I don't know if this is image 7 or not, but let's just assume that it is. We now got all that going. So pretty straightforward in terms of how we can manage this. Now the styling I could definitely change and update to a little bit better of a style, maybe, as far as like how everything's set up. So one of the things I would do for that is jumping into forms.py. I would just want to change the actual form that I end up using. So I can actually do a product attachment form as well. And so what that would look like is, well, let's just go ahead and copy this right here. And then we'll call this our product attachment form. And down into here, we'll go ahead and say form equals to our product attachment form, as well as down here, our form equals to our product attachment form. And then of course I need to change this to being a product attachment. And then this is going to be our file. We still have name. We also have is free. And then we also have active. Those two values I actually do not want to apply the CSS class to. So I'll basically say if field in those two values, then we'll go ahead and continue that. We save all that. And if I refresh on this page here, assuming that everything is saved correctly and running correctly, yeah, it looks like it is not. So let's go ahead and restart our server here and come back in. And what we'll see now is the actual fields looking a little bit closer to what we expected. And then of course in our manager, we can also then come in here and say class, and we could do something like margin bottom, or let's do padding bottom of 3 with a border bottom. And then inside of here, I can also add in a div around this, and then a div around my entire assets, like our attachments assets, and then tab this in, add a class here saying space Y3 or 4 or something like that. Save that, and we refresh in here, and now there's going to be a little bit better spacing if I clear out the cache. And there we go. So that now I've got this, and of course I could probably do the same sort of spacing thing down here as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Put a div around each form, and then again we can do space Y3, and then again these will space out a little bit more as you see fit. Now you might do space Y5 or something like that and just make even better spacing overall in terms of how this form ends up looking. But we now have a way to fully manage everything. It looks a little bit better. But the biggest downside to this is I can't dynamically add new attachments, which, leaves me a little vulnerable to manage this other product that maybe I don't have any products in here just yet, or I just created a new one, in which case I want to add new product and I want to be able to actually come in here and see that new product, right? So yet another thing that I would want to change is in that product list create view. After it's done, we would not return redirect here, but rather object.get manage URL, so we can actually make changes to that product because right now it doesn't look great, right? There's not a whole lot going on with it, and we absolutely want to be able to add attachments. Right now, we just simply can't. I can add the image, which is great, but I can't add any attachments. So that's something we'll fix, and we'll do it using JavaScript. It's a little JavaScript heavy, but it's actually, I think, fairly straightforward in terms of how it's executed. Before you jump into this section, I just want to show you what you're going to be doing. It's a little bit longer, but basically you're going to be making these attachments here, and you're going to have the ability to delete them. And all of that is happening dynamically with JavaScript. So this will all be available. The actual JavaScript will be available on the GitHub. If you just want to copy this manager.html page and bring it in along with the view that's happening for that. It's just slightly different than what we saw before, but it allows for dynamic adding of those various attachments. It's just a little bit on the longer side. So if this is not interesting to you, just skip this section and copy the code, or go ahead and check out lesson 18 or whatever for that code so you can actually carry on. But if you are interested, let's take a look right now. Now we're going to go ahead and dynamically update our form set with an empty form, essentially. So the first thing I want to do is go into that new product that I created and just initially just try out and change the handle. So I'll go ahead and say new digital product and hit submit. Okay, so what that should do is it should redirect me to the correct management spot, which also has the new handle, which is another important part of doing that redirect instead of just re-rendering the same page. So the other part, of course, is going to be actually having the form set in here correctly. So if we look in the code itself, and we look at that, I actually do have the form set manager still in here, and I've got total forms being 0, initial forms being 0, and then a maximum number of forms being 1,000. So what I could do is I could use JavaScript to automatically add new forms in here and then update those elements. So the very first thing that I would want to do is in my manager is I would want to add in a new div class in here. So we'll go ahead and do just simply div. And eventually this will be hidden, but for now we'll go ahead and do formset.empty form, just like that. And if I look at this and refresh, I've got an empty form here that I can actually use, right? So what I would do is I would duplicate this form, insert it into my form element, and then update the management form. That's really the process that we're trying to do here. Update the total number of forms. Instead of it being 0, it'd be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or however many I end up having at the end of the day. So we want them above this submit button here. And of course, we don't want to show that empty form until we actually dynamically add it in. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and give this a different name, and I'll call this just simply blank-form. Just a simple ID of blank form. And now what I'll do is add in a script tag. Okay, so typically speaking, you would probably not want to have your script in here in the long run. You'd probably want to put it into static files and load it in as such. But I'm leaving this in as an example that you can look at. In fact, myself, I would probably use something more like Vue.js for this, not necessarily just pure JavaScript like we're about to do. But with that said, pure JavaScript isn't that hard to do if you understand a little bit about Python and what's going on. And of course, if you get any issues whatsoever, just let me know, and we'll figure those things out. But for now, what I want to do is just duplicate this blank form here. So that means that I need to grab the element, and this is going to be my blank form element. And to grab it, we use document, as in the HTML document, it exists, and then we can do query selector. I actually think query selector is one of the easiest ones because it uses the same kinds of selectors that CSS does. So if I wanted to style this with CSS, it would just be hashtag blank-form. If I had a class here, we would do dot blank form. Okay, so I'm going to grab that one single blank form and I want the ID. So what I can do here is I can actually clone this on demand. So to clone it, we would create a function and we'll call this clone blank form. So all this does is say if blank form element, then we'll go ahead and do const new blank form equaling to the original blank form dot clone node and say true. Okay. So this is going to clone everything that's inside of this div tag here, including the ID. So we can just console log this for now. So we'll go console log just like that. Now, if you're not familiar with console log, it's just basically the same thing as print, but for the console instead of our terminal in a browser environment. Okay, so far we have a selector and then we have a function that will end up using that selector. Functions in JavaScript are just slightly different, but still on the right track. Next, I'm going to go ahead and create a button here right above our submit button. And this time I'll go ahead and say copy, or let's say add attachment. Let's call it add attachment. This time it's not a submit button, but rather just an ID being, add attachment btn. Okay, I'll leave the actual class here of submit button, but I'll do the add attachment btn. So to grab that one, once again, we'll use that same query selector and I will grab the attachment button here and I'll just give it a different name, which is going to be add attachment btn. Okay, so we use camel casing. That's what this casing is. Unlike Python, we use snake case with the underscores in lowercase. And so what I want to do is when this button is clicked, I want it to clone that blank form. So to do that, we grab the button itself and then we do add event listener. And the event listener is just simply click. And then we pass in the form or the actual function that we want to handle it. In this case, it's the clone blank form. Okay. So all we did was grab a few elements and then we cloned it based off of when it's clicked. And we'll see this in our console. So let's go ahead and take a look. I'm going to refresh in here. I'm going to inspect the element. I'm going to go into the console here and I'm going to click add attachment. I'll click it a few times and what do you know? It actually console logs that blank form. Let's go ahead and preserve that log real quick. And there we go. So what it's also trying to do is actually submit this form because of the button itself. So perhaps I don't want that button in the form itself. I'll go ahead and put it down here and I'll change this to being save. Okay. And let's try that again. And now if I click it, it shouldn't actually try to submit the form. There's another way around that, which we'll do in a moment. And then what we see in our console log is those blank forms. So if I keep doing it, it's going to show me a bunch. This is great. So that's exactly what I want. But of course, instead of it being just a blank form, I actually want it to be inside of some element here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to append it to basically this div right here. And so this div is going to be my attachments div. So I would just call this attachments. Just like that. So now what I'll do is I'll say my const, or actually let's make a new function here. And this function is going to be handle, the button attachment button click. So this one will take in an event and then we'll just say if event and we'll do event.prevent default. I'm going to use this instead. And with this clone blank form, I'll actually call that inside of this button. So not a whole lot has changed yet. But now with this event handler here, I could actually bring this button right back into the form and I should be okay now. So if I refresh in here, hit add attachment, it shouldn't actually submit the form, but it looks like it did that time. So let's go ahead and see what's going on. Oh, I spelled default incorrectly. Default, there we go. So now if I do that, it doesn't actually submit the form. Great, but save should still submit the form, and it does. It did load and everything like that. Okay, so now that I've got this, what I'm actually trying to do here is I want to grab this form and then send it back into this handler here. So I'll go ahead and say const, and this is going to be my new form, and it's going to be clone blank form, which will actually be returned from this item here. Right, so we'll just returning it, no big deal. Instead of console logging it, we're returning it and we're putting it right here. So what we want to do is we want to find where I'm going to put it. So I can actually append it to that same element, the element that I had for the attachments in general. So to do that, I'll go ahead and come down here and call this attachment container. And again, document.querySelector, and this time it's just attachments. So I can come in here and do attachment container, and then we'll go ahead and do append child, and we grab that new form. So far, so good. So we're going to save that, refresh in here, hit append attachment. Oh, what do you know? There it is. So it's actually looking pretty good as far as the attachment is concerned, right? And so this also might mean that in these attachments, maybe I want a bigger spacing or something like that. But essentially, we're getting another form element in here, right? So it's very, very similar to what our original one is. But there's one huge disadvantage to what it currently is it's actually based off of the empty form. So it's not a real form. And it's also not updating our management form, which is the important part. So we see here, we've got 0 still, although there's like 5 forms in here. So we need to update that. We need to change this one. Luckily, what do you know? It has an ID. So let's go ahead and grab that ID here. And now when I go to, let's say, for instance, handle this form, I'll go ahead and grab the element itself. So we'll go ahead and say the management form input element. And there's going to be document.querySelector again. That element with that ID. In this clone blank form here, I'll go ahead and console log that value, whatever that value is, which is going to change shortly. We'll get rid of the blank form being console logged, go back into the console. Let's get rid of the preserved log, bring it back. I'll add the attachment, add the attachment, add the attachment. Notice that 0 is coming through in here on this value. Great. So I, of course, want to increment this every single time. So what I could do is I could grab that original value. So I'll go ahead and say that my form, or that let's do our total form value, and it's equal to that one. And more specifically, it's parse int of that one. We want to get whatever that number ends up being. And then we're just going to come in here and we're going to go ahead and add 1. So plus that equals to the original value, which is this right here. And then we're going to go ahead and add 1, just like that. Okay, so if I refresh in here now and I add an attachment, let's go ahead and go into the elements here. We should see this being updated. So that number should update every single time I add a new attachment. And it looks like it is. Great, so now it actually accounts for the fact that there are a few new forms in here. Okay, so we definitely want to make sure it's the right number though. So let me refresh this. I'm going to hide my original form here. Or wait, we're not going to hide it yet. We'll leave it out. So if I add attachment here, let's go ahead, inspect the element. It should be at 1 now, right? So the total number of forms in there should be at 1, and sure enough it is. If I add another one, it should be at 2. Sure enough it is. Great. So that's actually happening when we clone that form, which is great. But of course, there's a few things about that form that we need to change. So if we look at any given blank form, we see there's this prefix in here. So everywhere you see, there's a prefix. Now, this is actually not the value. So if we go into another product, one that actually has attachments already, we can come in here and we can look at any given form, and it's going to give us not a prefix, but an actual number. So what we can do is we can use a regular expression to change that number. And first off, I'm just going to grab what the regular expression is. It's as simple as grabbing that prefix globally. So this is the regular expression for that form. And what we want to do is inside of our blank form, we're just going to replace all instances of that. So we'll go ahead and do new blank form, and we'll do inner HTML equals to new blank form dot inner HTML, replace the the regular expression there, the regex, with the new value, which is going to be this right here. Or is it the new value? It's actually not going to be the new value because it's actually going to start at index 0. So whatever the current value is the value we want. We will change the final value to increment, but this is based off of index values itself. So then that's what's going to happen here. So we'll just do that. And I mean, you can experiment with this all you'd like, but the idea here now is going into any of our forms. If I go to attach this element here, I can see that the next one I attached still has blank form on it, but the previous one has form 1 and the very first one has form 0. So again, index values actually matter here. So one of the things that I want to change though is I want to get rid of this ID here. I don't need this on the blank form. So that new blank form, I can get rid of that with simply going new blank form, and then we can do remove attribute ID. It doesn't need an ID. You could add one later, but it doesn't need one right now. I also want to go ahead and say new blank form and then class list. I'm going to go ahead and add a new class item here, and I'll call this attachment form. While I'm at it, I'm also going to remove a class called hidden and then add that same class back up here being hidden. That way that blank form is gone. That hidden class, of course, is coming from Tailwind. Let's go back to that product that doesn't have any items yet, if I remember which one it is. And we come in here into manage. Now we can add a new form, and what do you know? So I can go ahead and try this out by actually adding in an attachment, and we'll go ahead and say, is this working? And I'll go ahead and hit save. And what do you know? It's totally working, right? So now we have a dynamic way to add attachments. Pretty neat. But of course, the downside to dynamically adding them is, well, how do we actually delete them now? Deleting them is just a little bit different. Okay. So if it's delete, what we do is we do this in our view as well as our form. So this can delete thing, we want to change it to being true. It doesn't really matter on this model form set factory, but the inline one we want, but I'll put it in both places just to be sure. So we're going to go ahead and save it and back into our view now. When we actually iterate through our form set here, this is where we'll actually make the change. And to do that, we can say is delete, and this is going to be the form.cleaned data.get and delete. It's all capital, just like that. And we'll go ahead and say if delete, or if is delete, or to delete, something like that. Then we want to check if we have an actual instance, which would be this right here. So I'll actually put that above here, and we'll go ahead and say if it has a primary key, then we'll go ahead and delete it. All right. And then if it's not delete, we'll go ahead and save it. Right. So basically, when I do clone something, it just won't even create something, right? So it won't even save it if I go and dynamically add one in and then also at the same time delete it. So let's go ahead and see this in action. Let's go into our product here and we'll go into manage. And so here we go, is working. If I go to delete and hit save, that should delete it. It's gone. If I add an attachment and hit delete and hit save, well, the data didn't validate exactly, right? So that's sort of a problem in terms of how that ends up working as far as the clean data is concerned. So this save commit equals to false. Perhaps we need to put that next after this, or rather, we could probably just do a try block here. And basically, if it doesn't validate, it's not going to go through. So I'll go ahead and do except pass, and then, or rather, object being none. And then we'll go ahead and say if object is not none, and we've got a primary key, great. And then again down here, I'll also say if object is not none, then we'll come in just like that as well. So again, it's mostly if it's not delete. Now this delete stuff gets a little convoluted in a way, but it's only just to make sure that we can add an attachment and hit delete. That delete just sort of ignores what I just did. It will ignore all of the validation stuff But at the same time, if I actually did add stuff in here and not delete it, but rather delete this last one, hit save, it still allows me to add the dynamicness as well as deleting as I see fit, which is important because of how this attachment works. So we don't have a dynamic way to remove these items because doing so is tricky and definitely not something that I would recommend doing using JavaScript this way. I would say go use Vue.js or React.js or something that's a little bit more suited for that dynamic interaction. But this right here is something you might use on a regular basis for all kinds of blank forms and all kinds of dynamic form sets themselves. So what I would actually do or recommend to you at this point would be, how do you make this block, this whole block here, how do you make it a little bit reusable, or quite a lot more reusable across your project? That way you could just do it as you see fit. But at this time, we now have a way to dynamically add attachments to our products. So we're actually ready to start going into the product flow, the actual purchasing flow that we haven't done yet. So let's go ahead and take a look. Now we're going to go ahead and create a purchases model, which is going to be pretty simple. So we'll go ahead and do Python manage.py, start app, and purchases. And then inside of here, we want to assign a product to a user and also the product itself. So both things. So go ahead and copy some of this from products models, go into purchases, paste it in here, and we'll go ahead and grab maybe just the settings. It's probably all I really need. And then I will also grab in from products.models. We'll go ahead and add the product model itself. And this is going to be just simply purchase. Okay. So of course we want to have the product itself also as a foreign key. And we will not cascade this, but rather set null, and then null being true here. But I don't really want it blank. Okay. So now I've got a purchase here. We might also want our purchase price. So we could do the purchase price like this, like the actual decimal field price. But I'm actually going to use the Stripe price because I'm going to assume that that's going to be the price that we will be able to save. So whatever that ends up being. So I'll just call it Stripe price, just like that. And the default being 0. Okay. And that's pretty much it. I don't really need a whole lot to this other than maybe the timestamp it happened and models dot, date time field and auto now add, right? And so this should only happen really after the checkout has occurred. So another thing we could think about is maybe it's not after the checkout occurred, but rather this is like didn't finish. Let's call this completed, and we'll do models.boolean field and default being false. So completed will happen now after the actual product is completed. So essentially this will initialize one or something along those lines, initialize a checkout that will end up happening with Stripe. Okay, so this is now the model. I'm going to go ahead and bring it into the admin as well. So we'll do from.models import purchase admin.site.register the purchase, and then we'll go ahead and bring this into our installed apps and purchases, and that should be after products. Keep that nice in order, and I'll call these internal. Great. Okay, so we'll go ahead and run Python manage.py make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Great. Okay, so in the purchase flow, we'll have it somewhere, but I actually kind of recommend that you should take some time to build a list view of the purchases. Now, in my case, I don't intend to have that many purchases, so I'm not going to do it, is the point. So we just need to verify the ownership here, right? So whether or not this user is an owner. Now, there's a lot of different ways on how we can approach doing this. And if we had a lot of products, we'd have to think about doing this really, really efficiently. We don't have a lot of products, so we don't necessarily have to think about as much how efficient one thing might be. So if we had 10 million products, what I'm about to do is not how I would end up going about it. So what we want to do here is really just say request.user.purchase purchases or purchase set dot all, filter the product equals to the product detail. That's a good start. But then also we said completed. So let's go ahead and add in completed being true. Okay. So this is now going to give me that correct value. And then we could just say exists, and that's it. Okay. So that's a good way or a simple way to just see if the user owns this item. So now if I go to any product, it's going to say buy now, right? So buy now, and so on. So let's go into the actual admin and just add a purchase in here. I'm going to go ahead and add one, grab a product. It actually doesn't even matter how many times I quote unquote purchase this product in here. The strike price we'll leave at 0. Of course, we can change that later. The actual price, again, also doesn't matter. What matters is this complete flag right there. Save that. So now product object 1, I'm not actually sure what that one is, so we should probably improve the way it looks. So let's do that really quick. Just a little simple change, and that's going to be define the str method here. And this is just going to simply return back the self.display name, which I don't actually think we have on the product itself. So let's go ahead and put it on the product. So display name will be either, well, it'll just have to be the name. That's it. Okay. And there we go. So now if I are refreshing here, what I should see is now just the actual product name itself. Good. So it's now back into new product. There it is right there. And you own this product. Great. And that's it. It's just that simple. Now, again, we can make this a lot more efficient. So one of the ways that we could make it efficient would be when the user logs in, perhaps we get their most recent purchases as part of the requested session. And the other thing is perhaps we don't look this up every single time, again, as a part of the request session. So we can store variables in request.session that you might end up wanting to do, right? So this might be one of them, what products you end up owning and all that. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it in just like this because we don't have that many products. And more than likely, the user coming here just wants to be able to download their product. So if they're here to download something that they purchased, we should make it really easy for them to do that. And having caching and all these other things might make it a little bit too complicated to make this actually work. And as we see, we can download stuff there and we can't download stuff just there. Fantastic. Okay, so now we just need to finish off the flow as to this buy now. So I'm just going to make something that allows me to buy it, which will actually initialize the Stripe API, which we won't do yet, but it'll allow me to buy it, and then it will bring us back and it will just circumvent the actual checkout process for us, which is going to be fairly straightforward. All right, so now we're going to do the product purchasing flow. So if I go to any given product, I want this buy now to sort of work in a way. It's not going to be finished, but we will start it. So in purchases views, we're going to start this off by creating a few views here. And I'm just going to return a simple response. So we'll do from Django HTTP. We're going to import an HTTP response. That's all we're going to do to start. So the first one is I'm going to do the purchase start view. And this will take in a request. And then we'll return HTTP response started. Okay. And then we'll actually copy and paste this a few times. And we'll go ahead and do success view and maybe like stopped view. Now we might have a few other views that kind of correspond to stopped, but we'll leave it just as stopped for now. So the start view is really the form that's going to come through here. So this should be if not request.method equals to post, then we're going to return a HTTP bad request. Okay. So now that it is the post method, I'm going to go ahead and say the handle equals to request.post.get handle. So you might be wondering what that handle is. Of course, it's going to be from .model or from products.models. We're going to import the product model. And then we'll also import our purchase model. So from.models, import purchase. The other thing that I want to add in here is basically if not request.user.is authenticated, we will also have that bad request there, which of course could be handled in a number of different ways, but we'll leave it in as just bad request. Now with this handle, I'm going to go ahead and do the get object or 404. So get object or 404. This actually probably is not the best one because of how I'll actually end up doing this since it's post data. Perhaps I want to change that a little bit. So I'll leave it in just as handle for now. And we'll go ahead and do the object equals to the product.objects.get handle in handle. And then we'll go ahead and create our purchase object. So now we're going to go ahead and do purchase equals to purchase.objects.create. And there's going to be user is request.user and the product equals to object. Okay, so now with this purchase, what I'll do is in my request.session, I'll add in the purchase ID here. We'll call it purchase ID. And this will simply be the string of purchase.id. We might be able to use the integer itself. But basically, I want to have the purchase ID in the requested session itself. So then when it's completed, I can actually grab that session. So we'll then get the purchase ID. And that will come from request.session.get and this purchase ID. And then we'll go ahead and say, we'll just say finished that object or that product itself or the purchase itself. And we can also do something like this where we're grabbing that ID and then we're updating it with completed being true and then purchase.save. Okay. So this of course would probably need to be a little bit different than this. But basically if the purchase ID is there, then we'll go ahead and do that. Otherwise it'll be done. Okay. So now how do we actually wrap these things in? Well, I'm going to go ahead and copy the URLs from the products and just paste it in here. And this will be purchases now. And so there's going to be a few different URLs that we want. The first one is going to be purchase start and then complete. And then maybe we'll say something like error or done. Let's do done. Okay. So complete meaning that it actually was successful, or maybe we'll call it success so that it's not confused with done. Okay, success, done, and start. So let's grab those views. Purchase start, purchase success, and we even called this one purchase stopped. Let's call it stopped too. Okay, there we go. And now what we want is simply a template that will start this. So to do that, we're going to go into our templates here. We're going to do purchases. And we'll go ahead and do our buy btn form.html. Now, this is going to take place of the original buy button, which we had in here. Right? So if we come down here, we've got our buy button right here. I'm not going to replace the whole thing. I'll keep that div in there and just get the few items in there that were there. There we go. So now what I'll do is say if product and if, then we'll go ahead and do our form. Okay. And the method is going to be post. And we'll use our CSRF token here. Whenever I do post, that's immediately what I do is put the token in. Then the action itself will have to go to the start purchase, or let's call it purchases app name. So let's bring this into our URLs, our main configuration URLs. I'll grab this one and copy and paste it. So purchases. There we go. So back into our buy button form, the action itself will be URL and then single quote purchases and then start. There we go. And so now in our detail, that's what we want to put in here. And we'll go ahead and do include And this is going to be purchases/by btn form.html. And then we'll pass it in with product equaling to the object right there. Okay. So back into this template here, we also want to have the actual price here. So we'll go ahead and do product.display price. Okay. And then the buy now button, instead of it being just a button, we'll go ahead and make it a submit button. Great. So our product definitely needs a display price. So let's go into our model to make that happen. So at property, define display price. In this case, I'll just return the price. So self.price. Great. So now if I go in here, oh, I got a parse remainder issue from the form. And that's going to be right there. Try that again. Now I've got this product here, $9.99. I hit buy now. I get product matching query does not exist. Actually sort of makes sense because, well, our form doesn't have the handle. So we'll go ahead and do input type being hidden, the value being the product.handle, and then the name being handle. Just a really simple way to have a form that doesn't have any data on it, really. So let's go back, refresh in here and go to buy now, and now it goes to started. Great. So the reason it goes to started, of course, is because of the view itself. It doesn't actually take us to where it will need to go. So this response should go to the Stripe API at some point, right? But for now, what I'll do is I will just pick a random number. So number being random and rand int 0 and 1. And we'll go ahead and import this random. And so let's go ahead and print out the number itself, or really if the number is 1, then we're going to return the HTTP response redirect. So let's import that. And that's actually what we'll end up having instead of our response to. But this redirect, I'll just bring it into purchases and success. Otherwise, we'll do purchases and stopped. Yeah, great. Okay, so now let's go ahead and go back into our products, view product, buy now, stopped. Okay, let's try it again. Buy now, finished. Fantastic. Okay, so it actually did finish it. And so if I go back and then refresh on this page or go directly, I now own that product. So our product flow is close to finish it being done. Of course, we still need the Stripe API, but the things that I'm concerned about in relation to the purchase are there, right? We're able to simulate a successful purchase or an unsuccessful purchase, and that's that. Pretty fantastic, if you ask me. It's really simple, but it's just an easy way to get all of this going. And if we go into this product, same thing, finished. Great. Now I think this user owns all of these products, right? As we see here, great. And so if we go into the admin, I can go back into the purchases and take a look at all of these purchases themselves. So the other thing is we're actually getting attempts for ones that fail. So let's go ahead and see that. I'm going to go ahead and delete all these and just never redirect it. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and comment this out for a moment. And then we'll go back into our purchases. Buy now, stopped. And then I'll do it again. Buy now, stopped. Great. Refresh in here. I now have a record of these attempts to purchase it, right? Which is great because then I can, sort of reflect back on those failures or those items that stopped. And with this user being logged in, that's also another aspect of it that I will be able to see. Now, so what we are seeing though, when the user's not logged in, this buy now button shouldn't really work, or it should make them log in. In our case, we'll just make it not work or not show up. We'll just say if not request.user.is authenticated, then we'll go ahead and say a href, something like login. which I will not be putting in, but log in now to purchase. And then we'll go ahead and do else and end if. Great. So now when I go in as a incognito user, log in now to purchase, and that's that. Fantastic. Now we're going to go ahead and start the process to integrate Stripe. This is going to be a two-part process. The first thing is just to see how it all works with the Stripe API. The second will be to actually integrate it into our project. So the first thing I want to do is jump into the Stripe documentation and the Stripe console. So we've got the console here. You go into developers, you go into API keys, and you grab the secret key here. Just go ahead and click on it and copy it. And then we're going to bring that into our environment variables like this, right? So you add in the Stripe secret key, paste that in there, and this will be the environment variable that we'll work with. Next, having the documentation open is a good idea just so you can play around and experiment with things. So this will be linked in the description, but the idea is stripe.com/docs/API, and you can go through all of the different APIs that are available. We're going to be using three of them: the products API, the prices API, and the checkout sessions, which we'll see in a little bit. There's also good documentation on the checkout as well as the prices, so you can always go through those things as well. Because the documentation for Stripe is incredible. So let's go ahead and get this Stripe secret key going. First off, I'm going to go ahead and update my requirements here, and I'll use rav to install it. So rav run installs. That will, of course, update my requirements and install the Stripe API. Then in my products here, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a utility function. So we'll go ahead and do utils.py. We're going to import Stripe. We're also going to go ahead and do from cfehome.env. We're going to import config because I want to get this environment variable in here. So we'll go ahead and do Stripe secret key equals to config of that, and default being none. And then stripe.api key is equal to whatever that key ends up being. Okay, so what I want to do now is we are going to go ahead and do the full sales pipeline. So we're going to do the product sales pipeline. So what I mean by this is I'm going to go ahead and get a product name and a product price. So for a default, I'll go ahead and do $10, which is 1,000 in Stripe terminology, and I'll just call this my test product. Okay, so this is going to help us better understand the Stripe API. Now the first thing is we're going to create a product. So to create a product in Stripe, it's just stripe.product.create, and then you pass in some sort of name, which in this case, I'm passing in the product name. What this will do is it'll actually respond to you with a Stripe product object. Okay. The reason I'm calling it a Stripe product object versus a product object or a product or an object has to do with the Django project. I just don't want those things to conflict. I'd rather have my variables be incredibly verbose than have it conflict with other things. So inside of here, we have a Stripe product ID that we can reference from this variable with just simply .id. There are many other fields that we can reference in here, but this ID we need to create our Stripe, and we'll call this our price object, which is stripe.price.create. And here we're going to go ahead and say product equals to that ID. So you have to pass in the actual product ID itself. Then you're going to go ahead and pass in unit amount. In my case, I'm going to pass in this product price, which is, you know, 1,000 cents or $1,000, $10 actually, so 1,000 cents. And then we've got in here currency being US dollars, right? So you can obviously change the currency itself, but that's what we want. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to do my base endpoint, and this is going to be http://127.0.0.1:8000. Hey, what do you know? That's the port our Django project is running on. And then we've got our success URL, which is going to be that base endpoint / well, what do we call our success URL? Well, if we go back into our URLs for our purchases, we will see success and stopped. Okay. So purchases, success, and we'll just copy this for our cancel URL, and this will be stopped. Great. So with all this, we will then make a checkout session. So checkout session equals to stripe.checkout, lowercase checkout, .session.create. And then we'll go ahead and pass in a few items here. First off is the line items. And line items are simply a function of a price, which is going to be our price object ID .id, or better yet, we could call it our Stripe price ID like that, because that will probably be what we end up storing in our Django database. We can also pass in a quantity here if you need to. I'm just leave it in as 1. So that's the line items. Next up, we will go ahead and pass in the mode of payment, and then our success URL being our success URL, and our cancel URL being our cancel URL. Hey, what do you know? And then finally, what this will do is we'll go ahead and print out our URL from that. Great. And let's replace this right here. Okay, so that's the end-to-end pipeline for selling anything on Stripe. Now, I don't have to keep it in the Stripe database. I don't have to have that correct. In other words, I could actually go into the purchase flow, this purchase flow right here, and I could just basically go based off of this utility pipeline now. It's probably fine. I mean, what will end up happening, though, is I'll create the same product instance in the Stripe API multiple times, as well as the related price, which is not necessary. I don't really have to do that. I could just have the actual product, the single product that I have, and the single price that I have. That is actually the preferred method, but I did want to have an end-to-end version just working, just seeing if it works. So let's go ahead and try this one out, and we'll go into the Python shell for this. So Python manage.py shell, and then from products.utils, we're going to import the sales pipeline here, and I'll just run it. And so at the very end, I should get this checkout URL, and I can open this up. I'll go ahead and allow this to happen from VS Code, and there's my $10 product, and it says test product and all that. And then I could go through this checkout process with, whatever. Let's see if this actually even works. I'm not sure if this test will work exactly. Yeah, it looks like it's going to need me to be... There we go. And let's do 12. There we go. And we'll go ahead and say pay. Nope, zip code is incomplete. Not going to save that one. Hit pay. And so this should, in theory, redirect us back to our successful purchase. Great. And then, of course, if I did that again, let's go ahead and run it again. It's going to create that product all over again, right? And now if I go in here, open it up, and then hit this right here, it should take us to our purchase being stopped. And sure enough, it does. And both things are working correctly as we see fit. Okay, so now, of course, the integration is going to come where we do all of these things, but corresponding to our product model itself. So if you have any questions on this, let me know. The idea being that we want to save as much as we can in our database so we're not recreating things all the time, and then adding in our checkout session so that when the user is trying to check out, we can save that accordingly. And this will probably be stored in our purchase too, the actual checkout session ID. So let's take a look. Now we're going to go ahead and implement our Stripe API into our database. So first off, the product itself. I'm going to come in here, grab the Stripe product ID, and I want to set it equal to a character field. In this case, I'll just do 220, and then we'll also do blank being true and null being true. Okay, so I want this to happen right away. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in the Stripe API stuff into the products model as well, just like that. And we'll bring the Stripe API up. So there we go. So we've got the configuration coming in here. And so now in our product, when we actually create the product or whenever we save the product, we'll go ahead and say if self.name, then we'll go ahead and do self.stripe product ID is going to be equal to, well, our Stripe product. So I'm going to set this equal to stripe.product.create name equals to self.name. And this is going to be our product response. And then our actual product ID will be based off of that response. Great. So that creates our Stripe product. Now, assuming that we do have that, we can then do our product ID. So I'll go ahead and copy this, or the price ID. So this is going to be our Stripe price ID, very similar as far as the field is concerned. So I'll go ahead and grab that. And then we'll basically say that if there is a product ID, then we'll go ahead and create the price, which we already did, right? So it's literally this right here. So go ahead and copy that, bring it in here, and we'll tab it over a little bit. And of course, we need to update the unit amount and the product ID, that is. That, of course, is coming from that product ID right there. And then from our Stripe price. Easy enough. And then from here, we'll go ahead and do self.stripe price ID equals to that price object dot ID. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and run our migrations because I made some changes to the models. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py, migrate. Great. So with this in mind, what I'm going to do is I'm now going to go over to my purchases view. And from here, I can actually create my checkout. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab those imports again in this purchases view. We'll go ahead and do import Stripe. Bring in the checkout stuff. We have the product object itself. So basically what I need here is the price ID. So go ahead and come in and grab the Stripe price ID from this object. So if the Stripe price ID is none, then we're going to have to return some sort of bad request, bad response. There should be a Stripe price ID, but if there's not, then we'll go ahead and say there's something wrong here. Great. With that in mind, I can now do that checkout process, assuming that I do have that price ID. Then I can actually come in here and create the necessary response in here. Okay, so I've got this base endpoint here, which I will set as base endpoint. And this would be something I would probably want to change when I go into production, but I'll go ahead and put it in as well. I mean, this will be something I would definitely change in production. And then I'd probably use a reverse call to make sure that these are the right ones, right? So we'll go ahead and do from Django.urls import reverse. And I want to get these correct paths here. So success path equals to reverse of purchases. And that's success. And then cancel path, same sort of thing. So it just cancel or stopped, I think we called it. Let's just verify in our URLs. Yep, there it is. And then we want to go ahead and bring these things in here. And just like that. Great. Okay, so now we've got our Stripe price ID. We've got a cancel URL, a success URL. These reverse calls, I think, may or may not have the prepended slash. So basically we could say if not starts with a slash, then we'll go ahead and just say slash like that. But I'm pretty sure it will. We can verify that in a moment. With print statements. So let's go ahead and do that. Success URL and cancel URL. Great. Now we've got this checkout session. So instead of these random numbers and these random redirects, we'll go ahead and redirect it to the session.url. Now, before I go any further though, my purchase itself, I might want to add in the purchase.checkout session ID. And we'll actually call this our Stripe checkout session ID, and then purchase.save. Now, this is so we have reference to this session itself on this purchase. If you remember, if we don't complete the purchase, as in if it doesn't do this, then this will continuously be added. There'll be new purchases basically every time. So let's go ahead and bring in the purchase ID now, and we'll do the same thing as we did before with the other ones. So 220, max length being 220, and null being true, and blank being true. Okay, there we go. And let's go ahead and make those migrations for that one. Migrate it. And there we go. Cool. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and try it out. So first off, I want to go into my products and I want to manage them. I basically want to save them. So any given product, let's say this one right here, let's go into manage it and let's just hit save. So this in theory should have created the Stripe ID. And if I change the price, this also should update the price accordingly. Let's try it out. Let's go into our products, new product here. This should be, maybe that wasn't the one we actually did. Let's try it again. And I'll change this to $32. Save that. And we'll go just back into the product itself. There we go. Go to buy now. This should redirect me to Stripe. Sure enough, it does. $32, product name, all that. Fantastic. Okay. And of course I hit stopped and it stopped. Great. If I go back here, let's try this out. abc.com and for 1111111. Let's just try out the test ID here. And a zip code in the US. We'll go ahead and hit pay. Definitely not going to save that one. Let it process and it goes to success. And what do you know? It says finished 8. Great. So good chance that that purchase ended up going through. Let's go ahead and verify this new digital product. I think that's the one. And there it is. I own it. And if I go into my Stripe dashboard, what I should see is maybe a purchase or two. Probably a couple purchases because of the 2 tests that I did. And then I also have, my various products in here. So I've got new product in here a couple of times. So, perhaps this is incorrect, or perhaps I made new product a couple of times anyway. But the idea being that we now have a pretty straightforward way to do e-commerce with Stripe. So let's go into product 2 or product 12 rather. And I want to save it because I don't have any of the Stripe stuff saved. So I'll go ahead and save it. And then we'll go back into here. Now I'm going to go ahead and buy it. It's $9. This page is not working. Okay, so we had an issue with that. Let's go into the manage. And this time I'll call it my digital watch. Change the handle to digital watch. And I'll go ahead and save it. That should actually trigger the save on the product itself. And then we'll go into digital watch, go to buy now, and I'm still getting an error. Okay, that's not great. Let's see why. Okay, so perhaps I just don't have a Stripe ID. That's going to be my guess. Like the Stripe ID is not being created for those particular products. So digital watch, let's go in here. We've got our product ID, but our price ID is not changing. Okay, so that's the problem. So let's go back into our model for it. And basically, we've got our Stripe price ID. So the problem is here, right here, right? So what I want to do then is I want to just check that that price ID even exists. So basically, if not self.product price ID, then I want to go ahead and create one. There we go. So perhaps there's definitely a more efficient way to do this, but I just wanted to get it done. So we'll go ahead and save it. And at this time, it should give me that price ID. And there it is. Great. So I didn't actually change the price. I think that's part of the issue. I will test it with the entire product in a moment, like a brand new product. We'll go ahead and buy this one. $10. It's going to bring me here. Great. That works. And it brings me to stop, which is correct. Okay. And so going back into my products, I'll go ahead and create a new one now. And we'll go ahead and say new awesome product, new awesome product. And I'll make it $999. We'll hit submit. This should build everything for us. We'll add in a detachment. Let's do it with the watch again. I'll save it. I'll also have the watch as my main image. Save it again. Great, looking good. Products, new awesome product. There it is, $999. I got to buy it. And there it is. Great. So end-to-end example ends up working. The one thing that still needs to be fixed is this stopped part, right? So I don't actually want it to be stopped. I still want the session ID itself. And then I want to redirect to the correct place. So what I'm going to do here is grab this. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab the product itself, which is purchase.product. And then we're going to return a HTTP response, redirect to the product.get absolute URL. In fact, we will also do this with the successful one as well. In this case, we'll just go ahead and do purchase.product. We'll also go ahead and delete request.session of the purchase ID in both places. Because I'm basically going to start all over again if either one of those things happen. So let's go ahead and do that now. Now that we have an end-to-end product, let's go in here, buy now, bring it in, cancel it out. Great. Buy now. It's going to do it all over again. Great. And if we go into our purchases now, I should see all of this stuff. So purchase object 12 here, I get that checkout session ID. This one I could then verify or go through and see all this different statuses related to this checkout, which is fantastic. So we're in a really good spot. I think now we have the ability to really just start to think about deployment. We're not going to do deployment, but we can really think about it because we have a way to sell products. We have a way to upload products. We have a way to manage them. There are things here and there that you might want to change on your own. Like one of those things like create. Should everyone be able to create a product? I don't think so. Probably not, especially if you're going to be selling stuff. But the idea being that you can now manage everything you might need to. So there is still something else that I really want to do, and that is having our products be able to be stored in a cloud provider so that when you download this, it's done on a cloud. It's not done on my local machine. Then we'll actually even bundle all of this stuff up into a container, a Docker container, so that you could then deploy it wherever you could with Docker containers. But what that allows us to do also is to just get prepared for like a real production application, which we're really, really close to. So let's go ahead and get started. Now that we can accept payments, our project seems like it's done, but it's not quite done yet. And that has to do with the actual file downloads. So if you think about it, right now, those file downloads exist on my local machine under this protected folder, which is generally okay. It's probably fine to do that during testing. But since we already have a production grade database that's cloud-based, we might as well have a way to store our files as well so that this project is really ready to go into production completely. So the other thing that we could do just to verify where our files are stored is if we jump into the Neon console and we scroll down into our product attachment table, we can actually see the file itself is not a physical file. It's just a file path. And that's really all it is. So what we want to do is something very similar, but instead of it being a file path, it will actually be the file. And we're going to do this by using Linode. So go to linode.com or Akamai Linode and create a object storage account or a bucket in here. So we're going to go ahead and create a bucket, and I'll call this simply micro eCommerce. And I'll put it in a region that's close to me, which in this case, it's Newark, New Jersey. And I'll go ahead and create this bucket. Now, before I go any further on these buckets and Linode, just know that this is using S3 storage. So we are going to be using the package Django storages, which you can use AWS S3, you can use DigitalOcean Spaces, you can use Google Cloud Storage. There's a lot of different options here as to how you can store these things. It's just using object storage. And I'm configuring it on Linode for several reasons. One of them being it's probably the easiest one to configure out of all of those in my experience, because using AWS, there's a lot of different sort of permissions that you need to set up. Linode object storage is really straightforward, and I work with them a lot. So, hey, let's try it out. So let's go ahead, and now we're going to configure our project for this micro e-commerce thing. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this bucket name here, and I'm going to come into my CFE home here, and I'm going to make a new folder called storages. Inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and do init.py, and I'll also do conf.py. Okay, so I'm just going to paste this in for just a moment as a string. We're probably not going to leave it like this, but we'll paste it in for a moment just like that. Next, what we'll do is actually bring in our storages. So we actually want to install storages here. So into our requirements I'll just bring in Django storages. And of course, if I add requirements, I need to run rav run installs, and that will update and install all of my storage requirements. And then with that in mind, I will go back into the SRC folder. Okay, so this configuration file, this is where I actually need to configure everything related to Django storages. So you can actually go to Amazon S3 and use roughly the same thing. Notice that storages is changing a little bit for Django 4.2. Everything we do here is going to be roughly the same, depending on what you do with Django itself. I'm using Django 4.1, so it's actually pretty straightforward on what to do. So the default storage will be basically storages, backends, S3 Boto storage. Now, this is fine, but we actually want to have another one as well. And that's going to be our, this is for media uploads. This is for file uploads. So file upload storage default. I also want to have my static files here. And to do that, we do static file storage, or static files storage. And in many ways, we could use basically the same thing. But unfortunately, that's not going to work out too well for us. So we actually want to augment these classes. So to do this, I'm going to go into my storage again and do backends.py. And I'll go ahead and copy this right here. And we'll do from backends, we'll import Boto 3 storage. So the first thing I want to do is I'll call this my media storage. And it's going to take in the S3 Boto 3 storage. And then I just want to change the location to being media. I'll also do the static file one. So class and then static file storage. So static file storage. And this one, the location will be simply static. Great. And I can actually do this again with my protected media. So protected file storage. And we can just call this protected. Now, the thing about all of these is the configuration on the default access. So what happens is when you actually end up using these, the default access is most likely going to be public read. We actually want it to be public read. So AWS default and ACL is going to be public-read. And we can actually verify this in Django storage as well. So if we do a quick search for that, actually the default is none, which means the file will be private per Amazon's default. But that's Amazon's default. Maybe it's true for the other ones. I like declaring this directly, whether I want it private or public read, right? Either one. So I actually want it to be public read so that my static files, all of the Django static files, the CSS, the Tailwind, all of that stuff is going to be readable by my end user without needing to sign it. And we will sign it later, but for now, we're just configuring things. The file storage is going to be true for uploads or downloads. And of course, I need to change this location now to the one I just created. So CFE home, backends, and then our media storage. Let's get rid of all this. And it's just simply media storage. Okay, so I'll copy that, and we will bring this one down here as well. And there's going to be our static file storage. Okay, just like that. Great. Okay, so we have a couple parameters done, but we still are missing a few. So we also need our AWS, and this is going to be our AWS bucket name or storage bucket name. And that's going to be this right here. And then we also need our AWS S3 endpoint URL, which is going to be this right here, which of course we could change to being based off of our bucket name. Great. And we can verify these things in the storage documentation, right? So the default is none because, well, when you're using S3 with Django storages, it's just going to go off of the default S3 ones. It's not going to use a different service, in this case, Linode. Next up, we will do AWS S3 and use SSL being true. Next one, we actually need our AWS access key ID. And we need our AWS secret access key. No surprise that these things should be environment variables, which we'll do in a moment. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the access keys themselves. So if we come in here, we've got our AWS access key, S3 access key, or access key, either one. Both of those things work. So we're going to go ahead and do from the cfehome.env import config, and then we'll grab our configuration for these items. Default being none, or something like that, and then our secret key. Okay, so naturally, where do we get these items? Let's go ahead and bring it into our environment variables first. And then we'll go back into the Linode console, go into access keys, create an access key, limit access. We only want access to our micro eCommerce project. Oh, there it is right there. And read and write access. And then we'll go ahead and create this. And we might need to give it a name. Micro eCommerce keys. Okay. Create it. And once we have that, then we'll be able to use them. So let's go ahead and copy this access key itself. There we go. And then the secret key. And there we go. So far, so good. So now what we need to do is I need to actually bring in this configuration into my main settings. So down at the bottom, underneath all of these, we'll go ahead and do from the cfehome.storages.conf. We're going to import all. And I'll do no QA again. We'll save that. And I might have invalid syntax at some point here. But now what I want to do is run Python and manage.py collect static. Now we got no CFE home backends. So CFE home backends would probably be in my configuration. I should have put storages.backends. There we go. So the actual path to that. Let's try it again. And now I don't have Boto 3. Okay, great. So this is because I just never put it in my installation, which is something I probably should have done when I installed Django storages, but this is how I typically work iteratively, and we run into issues and then we fix them. So rav run installs, and that should install Boto 3 for us. So back into the SRC and back into collect static. I'll go ahead and say yes. And then we get this invalid endpoint here, right? So this is not a valid endpoint in terms of AWS, right? Which is fine. We just have to adjust our configuration a little bit. In our configuration here, the endpoint URL needs HTTPS://. And let's try it again. And here we go. So it's taking some time, which tells me that it's actually working. So we'll go ahead and verify that by jumping into the Akamai Linode, object storage, go into micro eCommerce in here. And what we're seeing is the static files coming through. Great. So it's actually working. Now, one of the downsides of this protected file storage here, as I said before, the ACL, the actual access control list, is going to be public. So I actually have a simple default mixin for this that you can copy. This will be in the repo as well. But the idea being that I can now bring in this mixin here, come in like this, and then I can say my default ACL for this one is private. Okay, so then with this protected file storage back into my products, into my models, I can use that as my default storage instead. So instead of this file system storage here, I will bring it in from CFE home.storages.backends. We're going to import the protected file storage and use that instead. Okay, and then we'll iterate that or instantiate that, and then we'll go ahead and just verify our server's running and everything, and it is. So back into our products, we have an issue here, and that is our static files aren't being loaded. So let's go ahead and view the page source here, and we've got our static files coming through, so they should be there. It looks like it's not necessarily showing up, as in our signature does not match. So this is going to be one more configuration item that we need. Going back into Django storages, we want to get the signature version. The default, we want to have it as S3v4, I believe. So we'll set that as S3v4, save that, and we'll refresh in here. And now we actually can get the static files going through. And of course, all of the products don't have the correct images at this point. No surprise there, because we removed them. We deleted them. So what I'm actually going to do is go into my admin, and I'm going to go ahead and delete all of those products. And we'll just create some new ones, or one new one, and come in here like this. And we'll go ahead and say new product, and we'll do $39 or $25. Hit submit. Okay, and then add an image. Let's do image 4. We'll add some attachments to it, also image 4, and I'll just call it image 4, and we'll give it free. Hit save. And there we go. Products. Now, if I refresh in here, I now see that product, and that is coming from Linode Object Storage. As you can see, if you copied and pasted that product, if we go to view it and try and download it, guess what? It actually does download, which is pretty fantastic. It's not the only way to download it, but it does download it. We will actually have one more way that's a little bit better to download it. And then, of course, if we try to go buy it, we'll be able to buy it as well, which of course I'm not going to do at this time. But there it is. Now this is all cloud-based with the exception of the actual application running. But I do want to solve this download part so that it's not relying on my local machine to download it at all, whatever that local machine ends up being. Now, this configuration is something that you'll want to reference from time to time. You're not always going to be doing this, right? But the thing is, what we have here You change out a few configurations with it, and it works for all sorts of S3 object storage technology, which is really, really nice, without too much overhead of configuration. These backends here will also work on all of the other ones, right? Especially with this default ACL thing, which is something we absolutely want. So a good example of this would be if we go to this image right here and I paste it in. Let's go ahead and paste the image address, paste it in here, and I'm going to get rid of all of these signed items here. So this is a signed URL. Let's paste it back in and get rid of this and really just go all the way just to the image.jpg right here. I hit enter. I can still view it, right? It's actually there. And if it's signed, I can also view it. So it's both things. Where these downloads, what I don't want to have happen is I don't want to actually have the ability to get to it directly. Right now, I don't have that ability anyway because, well, it's behind an actual view, which does additional checks. So we're going to add one more additional check in addition to, not having our actual download come in or be opened on my local machine, which can add some, memory requirements to my local machine, which I just simply don't want to do. Now we're going to go ahead and update our download methodology within our view. So the first thing that you're probably going to want to try inside of a view is instead of opening up a file attachment, we can actually grab its URL, especially now that it's on object storage. We could absolutely just grab this file URL now, and we could sort of do these things, but instead what we would end up doing is not using this stuff, but because we're not opening up that request at all, we're not opening up this URL. Instead, we're going to do a HTTP response and redirect to that URL. Let's just make sure that we've got that HTTP response redirect now. HTTP response and redirect. Okay. So with this, pretty nice that I can do that. I can refresh in here. Let's assume that everything's running. If I click it, it actually does redirect me to that file, but it doesn't force a download. It actually gives me the link and everything. And if I get rid of all this signed stuff, I don't have access. This is part of the mix-in thing that we did before. So we need a way to solve this, right? One of the ways would be to actually open up that file and then do this content, file response stuff. That's not what I want to do. Instead, what I want to do is I'm going to create a way to sign it. So inside of my CFE storages, I'll go ahead and do a utility function in here. So we'll go ahead and do utils.py. And we're going to import several things. So we're going to import Boto 3. We are going to import from Boto core.client. We're going to import config. And then we're going to do from django.conf, we're going to import settings. Okay. So the settings that I need are, of course, related to our configuration from here, right? It's going to be a lot of these things. So let's go ahead and define a method called generate pre-signed URL. And this is going to take in our, protected file path. Okay, so why is it a protected file path? Well, first off, our backend that we used has a location of protected. So that's going to be our default location. So we got our protected file path. Instead of calling it protected, let's just call it file path and use this location of protected. And then we'll go ahead and say that our object storage key is going to be equal to this combination. So the location with the trailing slash and then our file path. Okay. So we need that location based off of these backends. If we didn't have these backends, we wouldn't need that location. So with this in mind, I'll now go ahead and say that S3 equals to Boto 3.client. And in here, we need to set up our configuration for S3. This is actually well documented in a number of places, but I'll go ahead and put it in now. So we got our secret access key ID, which of course is settings dot, and then from our configuration, this right here. And then we can do the next one, which is going to be our secret access key. And again, settings dot, and I'll go ahead and just grab that as secret access key, just like that. And then we'll go ahead and do our input endpoint URL. And again, it's going to be our endpoint URL here. So settings.endpoint URL. And then our configuration that we want to pass in is going to be our signature version. And that's going to be, again, equal to our signature version here. So settings.signature version. And there we go. So that's the main S3 configuration. Then I use that client to do my URL, which is going to be s3.generate pre-signed URL. And we're going to use a client method being get object. Our parameters are going to be our bucket. And again, settings dot. And we had a bucket already in our configuration. There's our bucket name. Then we've got our key, which is going to be this object storage key. Okay. And here's the key part. We're going to use response content disposition. This looks familiar. Response content disposition, and it's simply attachment. And then we can add in expires in, and then do however many seconds you want. I'll do 3,600 seconds, which is ends in 1 hour. Okay. And then we just return that URL. And that's it. So this file path is the same file path that we could use in our view. So let's give this a shot. I'm going to bring it in with from CFE home.storages.utils. We're going to import our generate pre-signed URL. And then down here in our download attachment, we no longer need the URL. Instead, we need the name. And so I will now get my URL. So the file URL will be equal to the generate pre-signed URL of that file name. So we can save that and we can give this another shot. Refresh in here. Go ahead and click download. And what do you know? It actually downloads it. And it does it from this pre-signed URL, which we could also verify if we print it out in our terminal. And there we go. And what do you know? So it's definitely protected multiple times, right? So it protects whether or not we are an owner of this. Ooh, we don't actually protect. We didn't actually check that. So let's go ahead and just, grab this thing up here, which is what we had prior. So let's go ahead and get the attachment. So what we need is the purchase set, right? So purchase set from the user, filter the product, which would be based off of the attachment this time. So attachment.product. And now that object completed being true, all of those things, right? So we've already seen that in action with even just being able to see the download from the detail view itself. But this adds another layer of, yes, you can download this item in there. So just another layer of permissions on there. And now I can download it. In theory, at that time it didn't actually work because perhaps I have this incorrect. Let's go back to that product. And let's see. I don't actually own it, so I can't download it. So that's pretty great. So we also probably don't want to see that if I can't download it, which is surprising. I thought I did that, but let's go ahead into our templates, into our table here. If it's owner or it's free. So we've got this free download here. There's the problem. So is owner. So can download. And basically we want to see if this is free and can download is false. There we go. Now let's try it again. And we can download it. Great. Let's go ahead and change it again. Granted, I own this product, so I actually manage this product, so I probably should be able to download it at any time. But let's go back in here and notice that I can't even download it now. So I have to go through the purchasing process of it as well. And I'll go ahead and do that real quick. And there we go. We now have it purchased, and now I can absolutely download it once again. Pretty fantastic. Our project is almost entirely ephemeral. That's because we're using Neon for our cloud database, and then we're using Akamai Linode's object storage for our files. So given that those things exist somewhere else and somebody else is managing them, that means I can actually run with multiple environments of my application, especially because of Neon's branching. So if we go into Neon and we go into branches here, I can create a brand new branch, and I'll just leave it empty and just do create branch, just like that. We'll copy this endpoint here, and we'll bring it into our env. Now, what I actually did was copy my old env over, and then now I have this new env here, and I'll go ahead and change my endpoints there to this new one, right? And so what should happen here is I should be able to just run the server still. So let's go ahead and just verify that I can run the server with this new database. Okay. And so if I come back in to my project, I refresh, this is actually what I see. Now all of the styles are gone. Why is that? Well, it's actually looking inside of another bucket that I also created off the video. So this other bucket has its own name, and it also has its own access keys, right? I had to do that just like we did with the first one. But it actually gives me the ability to have two different environments running, which is fantastic. So we could test this out. So even with everything still going, I'm going to navigate into the src folder, and I'll run Python and manage.py collect static, and then --no -input, hit enter. This will go into my micro e-commerce dev, which is a new bucket that I just created for this lesson. And I printed it out for that reason so we could see that it was going there. And slowly but surely what we'll see is all the styles starting to show up on this product, on this branched environment, if you will. So the problem here, of course, is the files don't actually exist in both places. So I'm just going to show you how cool this is. I can go to the admin, same username and password as I had before. I can go into my products, and I can quite literally delete this product. Okay, I'm going to delete it with the attachment, and I'll go ahead and create a new one. So let's go and do products, and create. Okay, so let's do roast beef. Yeah, that sounds good. Roast beef recipe, something like that. It's $10. That's an expensive recipe. Anyway, so we've got this, and let's go ahead and add in an image. This time I'll use that one. Kind of a little bit of a recipe vibe, I guess. We'll go ahead and add an attachment for it yet again. Okay, so we save it. And let's see. Here we go. So we go into home, go to our products. There it is. This user doesn't own them. I could totally go through that again, but there we go. So we have a new environment almost completely set up with just a few changes. But now, if I actually wanted to switch between these two environments, what I could do is I could just change the env configuration that I want to use inside of this right here, env.py. I can now go to env-prod, save that, and we'll go ahead and refresh our server. And we'll come back in here. This time that product is gone. No surprise there. But our old product is still there. And it's also using the other bucket. This is fantastic, right? How easy is that to do? We just change one simple variable and the whole thing changes. Okay. So this is one of those big, powerful things about branching a database. I've never seen it done like this. And the fact that Neon is also serverless is just adds to the benefit of doing all that. It's really, really cool. Now, this also means that I could send a branch database to someone on my team with my project and have it ready to run. But the biggest challenge we have right now with something like that is, well, it requires a number of things to be set up in order for it to run. So what we need to do is containerize this application so that if they have Docker on their machine, they would be able to run it. There's a lot of nuance to all of that I'm not going to get into, but we will at least containerize it so that we can actually switch between these two environment variables as well and just see what that looks like, even just with containers on our local machine, which is also fantastic. And of course, we could keep doing this, right? So env, we could have multiple environments. We can have 10 if we wanted to. All we would need to do is have a bucket for each one, which is easy to do. And then all the correct access keys for each one as well, also easy to do. So the other thing is, if you were doing this for 100 different clients, the same exact project, you would just change those variables and then it's ready to go, which is really, really cool. And that's a big part of the reason that I think Neon is going to be a juggernaut of a database service in the very near future. Anyways, so let's go ahead and containerize this. We're going to do sort of a rapid fire version of it, but to containerize it just to really hammer home these environment variables and how ephemeral our application is. All right, so what we're about to do is this. We have our local app running 3 times, right? So 3 times in here on different ports each time. And we can actually see the products and we can go in here and take a look at one. This one I own. I can go into this product and grab it and I could buy it. This will open up Stripe for me and then I'll be able to go through the Stripe of it all, go back, everything that we've seen so far. Now, the reason all of these work is because of Docker containers. I actually containerized this application and allowed for me to run, well, first off, our normal Python manage.py running here, and then our 2 container applications running as well with different environment variables. So if this interests you at all, then go ahead and do this whole part because we'll build out the Docker file and all that. But this is sort of optional if you really want to get your application a lot closer to production. So if you're interested, let's jump in. I like getting my applications into production as soon as possible so that I can actually share it with real people and get their feedback so I can improve on the features that I think are a good idea or get feedback on, hey, maybe I need to do this feature before that one, like really prioritize what's important. Now, before I can even go into production, I need to make sure that it's going to work in production. Now, one of the ways I do that is by using a Docker container. I actually containerize this application locally to make sure that it actually runs in a container. Because if it can't run in a container, there's a really good chance it will not run on any production service, whether it's a container or not. So let's go ahead and actually now containerize this application, which means that we have to do several steps in order for it to work. Now, the first thing is we're going to jump into settings.py and we're going to adjust these security settings here. Debug, we want it to be an environment variable, and I'm going to call this my Django debug. And we want to cast this to a Boolean value, and the default is going to be false. You don't want this on. Never turn this on in production, right? You're only going to turn it on when you need to turn it on. With that in mind, I'm going to go into my environment variables here for both of them and say debug equals to 1. Now, you might not be familiar with what debug equaling to 1 would mean, but it's really just a true value. 0 would be false, or just keeping it out of there would also be false, as we saw that where our default is false. Next is our allowed hosts, right? So there's a lot of different ways on how we can think about doing our allowed hosts here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give a config of allowed host. So I'll call this allowed and host. And this is going to be a string here. And then I'll just go ahead and say allowed host equals to that. The default is going to be an empty string. And we'll just say if allowed host, then allowed hosts dot append allowed host dot strip. I just want to make sure that there's not extra spaces or anything in here for this single allowed host. So that's pretty much it. So back into my env, I'm going to go ahead and give my allowed host being anything. So a star there, right? And same with this one. Notice that I'm not using quotes in here at this point. We'll talk about that in a moment. So now that we have these pieces together, we can see if our application still runs. I'll go ahead and do the run server. Looks like it's running on my local development environment still, which is great. So everything's back. My products are up, all that. Great. That's exactly what I want, at least with the Django of it all. So now we're going to go ahead and containerize it with my environment variables set up the way I want it set up, right? So this is definitely a lot closer to a shareable environment. So let's go ahead and create a Docker file. So in here, we're going to go ahead and do Docker file, just like that. Now, if you don't know Docker, that's okay. I'm going to take you through it. And even if you still don't know Docker, that's okay. This will work and you'll be able to use it in the future once you learn about Docker. I cover Docker in a lot of places, so you can always learn it with me. So the first thing I'll do is actually copy the git ignore file and create a Docker ignore. This is the same thing as getignore, but it's for Docker containers. So if you think of a Docker container or this Docker file, these are instructions to basically take all of our code or whatever we want and put it on a new system. Think of the Docker file as a brand new system, a brand new operating system that happens to be a Linux system. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to declare an image, a base image that we're going to use, which in my case is going to be Python 3.11.2-slim. Now, I actually am not going to do anything related to Node in this case. I'm only going to be using Python because that's going to be running our primary application. The Tailwind CSS and what Node does with it is really just during development. You don't need it in production. You just need it in development. So this is going to go and say, hey, Docker, go find the Python version of Docker that I want so we can start with at least that version of Python installed on the system I'm trying to set up. Next, what we need to do is actually bring code over. So normally you would do that git clone. We started off with git clone. We are not going to go ahead and do git clone. Instead, what we're going to do is a command called copy, and I can copy any of the folders that are relative to this Docker file. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the src folder, and I'm going to put it into a new folder on my Docker container called app. So this app folder is where all my code will end up being stored. So that's where I'm going to go ahead and work also. So I'm going to change my workdir to app, right? And VS Code, if you have the Docker extension installed, it's going to help you write these Docker files as well. Next, we're going to do my OS level installs. Now I could, go through all of them with you, or I could just copy and paste the standard ones I do with a lot of Python projects, which is build essential, Python 3 dev, Python 3 setup tools, and then the Postgres package. So this is specifically for Postgres, and these are a few others that we might use with our system installation process for our virtual environment. So the next thing is, now at this point, the idea with this container is we now have an operating system ready with Python and with the necessary packages for Postgres to be connected through Python. That's what this is for. So it's very similar to our local machine in many ways. So the next thing we need to do is our venv and installs. So we're going to go ahead and do another run command, and this is going to be Python 3-m venv. Hey, where did we see that before? Now, if you're on Windows, you definitely still need to write Python 3 because this is a Linux-based operating system no matter what, because that's the default with a lot of the Docker files and the Docker containers. So we're going to go ahead and create that virtual environment, and we're going to put it in a very specific location, which is OTP venv. You will always do this pretty much when it comes to creating virtual environments for your Python-based projects. You'll put it in a very specific environment. Now, you would probably do that in your local development environment sometimes too. And in fact, we put it in a very specific spot, but it happens to be one that's rigid to our current project. This is not rigid to our current project. This is specific for all projects I use in Docker. And then we'll go ahead and do things that are related to this. So what I'm going to do is just copy and paste this, and I'll explain it. So the first thing is we're going to go ahead and upgrade pip. We will do that pretty much every time. And then we'll go ahead and do all of the installations necessary for app and requirements. Now, the requirements.txt file will be in this app folder because the src folder is becoming that app folder, as we see here. So requirements is in that root. Pretty fantastic. Now, at this point, I want to stop and say, hey, if this is like getting a bit too much for you, check out my serverless Python containers on Cloud Run course. This will show you all things related to getting your Python containers ready to actually deploy it, right? What I'm doing here is just a really fast run through of all that, and it will help explain how this copy works and how you can actually see all of those things. So after we do these installations, then what we're going to do is purge a lot of our unused packages, which again, I will go ahead and just copy and paste here. And it's going to, purge, make, and GCC and build essential. After we've done all the project specific installations, we don't need these other packages at all anymore. So the next thing is I need to have some sort of file to run this application. So inside of src, I'm going to go ahead and create a file called config, or a folder rather. And then in here, I'll go ahead and do entry point.sh. So if you're familiar with Python, or at least Django, we do python manage.py run server. Now this is the development version of running a server. When we go into production with any sort of Python web application, we use gunicorn, and we use the WSGI file. So wsgi.py here. So we're going to go ahead and do cfehome.wsgi and then :application. That of course goes into the WSGI file, and it looks for this right here, this application. So gunicorn is just a production version of python manage.py run server. It's made for production, and it's made for all sorts of great features that we might want. So where is gunicorn going to be installed? Well, right now we don't have it installed at all, but it's going to be installed in the same location as our virtual environment stuff. So it's going to be right here, right? So that's why we did that specific location as well, is so that I could come in here and say, instead of Python, we would just say gunicorn, just like that. And then the other part of this is we would actually bind this application to a specific host, which we use -- bind. And then the specific host is 0.0.0:8000. Okay, so this means that my Docker container can definitely run this. So that's what these zeros are for. If you had a different IP address in here, the container may or may not run it. 8000 is the port that it's going to run on inside of the Docker container. Now, what I can do is actually make this a little bit better for my application and have it more specific. And I'll go ahead and copy and paste that one. So we've got this app port here. I'll explain that in a second. But this navigates into the app folder, which is going to be where our working directory was, where all of our code is. And then it runs all of these different commands. So I'll look in CFE home inside of this configuration folder for WSGI, and then the application, and then it's going to bind to that port on that host. And this app port here allows me to set an environment variable for port, or it's going to default to 8000. Now, this is actually critical when you use stuff like, Google Cloud Run, or pretty much any other service that will probably set the port for you. This becomes more important in just a minute. So the next thing, of course, is I need to actually have gunicorn in my application. So back into my requirements, I'm going to go ahead and do gunicorn here. Now, gunicorn does not work on Windows. So if you have to test this out on Windows, go ahead and install Waitress. They're very, very similar. But we'll go ahead and use gunicorn right now. And I'm going to go ahead and run the installations here. So let's go back into our project and do rav run installs. And that's going to install and be done. Cool. So now I've got gunicorn in my application and in requirements.txt. There it is. Okay, great. Now, of course, if you can't get gunicorn working locally, just go in your Docker file in this installation process, just install gunicorn here. That's a way you Windows users could do it, just to make sure that that's working. And what's cool, if you are on Windows or you are on a system that gunicorn does not install into, you could actually run the Docker file itself, build it, and you would actually be able to install gunicorn that way, because that will definitely run. So what we want to do is we want to actually run this script file. We want this to run with our Docker container by default. So to do that, we're going to first off do run chomod +x, and then we're going to actually make this file executable. So I'll copy the relative path. Now this is almost the relative path, but if you remember, we copied the src folder. So we just get rid of that src and do /config entry point. So this will allow it to be executable. So then our next command can run this executable, which is simply this exact same path, just like that. Great. So that's our Docker file. That's a really rapid fire installation of Docker. So the next thing is to actually build and run this container. So back into YAML, I'm going to go ahead and do build, and then I'll also do stage and maybe prod. Okay, so different build stages here. So the build one is going to build this container. Now, the way it's done is first off, we say Docker build, and then we declare a file like a Docker file. Now, if you don't declare it, it's going to infer the Docker file itself. But if you have multiple ones like dockerfile.worker or something like that, you could declare that there. And then we're going to go ahead and tag it. In this case, it's going to be micro eCommerce. Now, if you were going to use a specific Docker host, you might need to tag this differently. And then we use a period at the end. So this command will run in this folder because of this period. If you need to, you can do absolute path to project, wherever that is. In this case, I'll just use the current project, which is a period. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that. At this point, I can build it. So again, back into the root of my project, I'm going to run rav run and build. And this should build this Docker file. It's going to take a little bit of time for it to fully build because it's got to download a bunch of stuff in order for it to work. So that's pretty cool. So once that's built, then I can run it. And I'm actually going to show you how I'll run it with a very simple command. And it's Docker run. We can declare an env file. This is that, portability factor of Docker. So we can use that env file here. We can declare a port. I'll explain that in a moment. We can also remove it when it's done running, which is important too. So we give it a name. This name right here is going to be based off of the stage we're working on. So I put stage here, but I'm actually going to call this dev, or rather Docker dev. And then this one being Docker prod. Okay, so Docker prod and Docker dev are roughly the same. And then it's going to be in an interactive mode, and then it's going to run the tag of micro eCommerce, which is what we tagged it right here. So I can do the prod version as well. And this time it's not .env, but it's rather .env-prod. And then we are going to change this port from 8001 to 8002. And we'll go ahead and change the name as well. So we can actually run both of these side by side in order for this to work, which is great, right? And so at this point, we have finished this Docker container. Now, instead of using Rav, I'll go ahead and copy this whole thing and paste this in. And what I get is this error. Let's try it with the other one. And I'll paste it again. Still, same error. And it says something related to DJ database URL. Now, this is actually a way that Docker handles environment variables, which is always just slightly different. So these env files should actually not have any quotes when working with Docker. So let's get rid of all of these quotes here to make sure that it's running correctly. So this is actually typically what you'll see in env files, especially when you're in production. So we'll get rid of all of the quotes. Now, right now I have this syntax highlighting issue, but this is only happening because it's inferring this code as Python VS Code is, which we are not using Python. We're using more like Bash. So we could do a shell script or something like that, and then those errors go away. Okay, great. I think env uses just properties. Okay, well, anyways, nevertheless, we now have these two environment variables here all set up. So let's go ahead and try and run either one again. And this time it does run, which is great. And it's running at seemingly 0008,000. If I try to open this, I will get, well, this. Is that correct? Well, let's actually close down my other running server as well as my build command. I really just want to focus on the Docker of it all right now. So there we go. And we refresh in here. That's not running. So where is it actually running? Well, let's close this out with Control-C, press up, and we've got this -p thing here. Well, back in that rav.yaml file, what's happening here is we are actually mapping our local port to the container port. So the container port is at 8,000. That's why it's saying 8,000. So either one we run, it's going to say 8,000 each time. That's just how it works with JUnicorn because of our entry point here. What do you know? We've set the app port at 8,000. Now we can actually leave it at 8,000. That's okay because our local port is 8001 or 8002. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what that means. And we'll go ahead and do rav run docker dev. I'll hit enter. This time it's running that container, same sort of thing. And I'll go ahead and also do rav run docker prod. And we'll do the same thing. Look at it, it's running twice. It didn't actually have any conflicts with that port because I have two separate local ports. So now going back into my local host of 127.0.0.1, I'm going to change this from 8,000 to 8001. Hit enter, and this probably won't work. I'll explain why in a second, but we'll go ahead and use 8002 as well. And this also probably won't work. However, what it's doing is it is connecting to the container. So that's actually a good sign that it's failing somewhere, but it is actually trying to run, right? So what if we actually go to the home page? Let's see if that one works on both of these. And what do you know? Both of those work. It's just for some reason the products part doesn't work. I actually know the reason, but it's actually kind of hard to diagnose what's going on. So if we actually go back into the errors that are happening when we try to go there, it's a database error. So this tells me several things that I could try out. One of those things would be going into settings and then commenting out the database itself. And what I could do then is I don't actually have to literally build it again. So I'd have to run run build and then run those servers again. Now, this is actually not the error. This actually has something to do with our database connection string. It has something to do with this. And you would have seen another error related to the database if we kept those quotes on in our env files. So what's happening here is we actually need to append one thing to this database URL. And that's at the very end, we need to do this !, options, project, %3D, and then the project ID. The project ID is right here. We're going to go ahead and copy that and paste it here. Now, it's certainly possible that in future versions of Neon, we won't need to do this, but right now we do. So I'm going to go ahead and do that same exact thing in my other env prod. And we'll go ahead and copy it again. And there we go. And again, that same project ID, just like that. Save that. And now, without needing to rebuild the container at all, I'll go ahead and run both of these again, run dev and prod. And we're going to go ahead and go back into our dev version and then back into our prod version. The first time it connects might take a little bit of time because the actual Neon database has to spin up because it's serverless. So I haven't been using it this whole time. So it might take a minute or two to actually fully spin up on my local environment. And that's okay, right? So that's sort of standard. But once it's up and running, it's really fast. Okay, cool. So what we see here on 8001, I've got my roast beef product in here. Fantastic. That's looking good. In 8002, I've got my new product in here, which doesn't have an image right now, but it is looking good. It's actually there. And of course, I could log in as well. So I go into the admin. Let's log in. And let's actually change this. Notice I actually have a running session, which is interesting. But I can go ahead and grab any given product. And I can actually make those changes, or I can actually upload it and all of that. So what I want to do actually is let's go ahead and view this product again. And then I'll go into manage. Okay, so I am logged in. I can change this image here. Let's go ahead and do that with something that I downloaded already. I'll use the watch, and let's go ahead and use the watch again. All right, so we'll go ahead and save those. And again, still working in the container, like as if I would on a production environment. I view this product, and what do you know? If I inspect the element here, I should get my production-based, Linode object storage file path there, not something local to Docker or anything like that. I can test out the download, and what do you know? It's now packaged up, it's ready to be shared, and all we need to do is we just need to change the env files here. Now, this allowed host of everything is not great. That's not something we'd want in production at all. You would actually want to specify an allowed host, like something like, .cfe.sh.com, or maybe not cfe.sh.com, but rather just cfe.sh, or, yourproject.com, and then just having 0 there, and then that's ready for production then. You'd also change the secret keys as you see fit, right? Definitely the Django secret key you'd want to change from this insecure one to something more secure, but that's it. That's actually now ready full on for what you might want to do with production. And we can test it in 3 ways now, right? So we've got 2 containers that are running it. And then we also have our potential to run just simply rav, or let's go into src and python manage.py run server. All right. So I have 3 instances of this running that it's pretty awesome, right? So each of these can run. And of course, this roast beef one is the same as this 8001 because of those environment variables. So now our app is fully ephemeral, and it's really heavily leaning off of the managed database as well as the managed object storage. It's fantastic. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you got a lot out of this one. Now, I want to leave you with 2 challenges. One, actually get authentication working. Using something like Django AllAuth, actually allow your users to register, log in, and then have purchases assigned to them. This application was built to assign purchases to users. We just didn't do the authentication part. I think that's a good challenge to undertake now. The next thing is actually bringing this into production. Whether or not you use Docker, bringing this into production is significantly easier because of the third-party services that we are using, right? So our database being that it's serverless, that's a cool feature, but the fact that it is a third-party service that's going to be managing our database for us is fantastic and makes it really, really easy. So thanks to Neon for working with us on that. Next, of course, we have Linode to store all of our data, the data that's not a database data. That stuff's going to be really simple, really easy to use as well. And then finally, actually accepting transactions. Thanks to Stripe, we have that ability to do that really simply as well. So those 3 services really make our application that much more powerful, and it makes it going into production that much easier, in my opinion. So those 2 are the really good challenges I would recommend that you undertake. And if you do, let me know. I would love to check out the projects that you end up building. My name is Justin Mitchell. I appreciate you for coming out and checking out this course. And I hope to see you again in the near future. If you did like this one, please consider subscribing. Otherwise, I'll see you next time. Thanks.